He's down a piece, he's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks, Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
He's losing now.
He walked right into the net.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
Probably made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley So has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
One move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my god, what an Armageddon!
It's been dramatic, dream runs for some, heartbreaks for others. Are we expecting more twists and turns? I'd say heck yes. Welcome everyone to the Chessable Masters. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, as always, my good friends, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster David Howell. Guys, we're in for another big day of chess. 4 players facing elimination, 2 will be knocked out, and a big winners final. David, are you hyped?
I can't wait, Tanya. It feels like it's all been building up to this. Of course, still so much to play for. We've had the underdog stories. We've had Magnus Carlsen in action. What more could we ask for? It's been simply great so far, and I'm expecting more of the same.
Robert, how excited are you for today?
oh, I'm pumped. I've never heard David get that loud before, so I can tell that he is ready for an excellent day of chess ahead.
It is going to be more drama on the board as we got big matches coming up. 4 heavyweights in the losers bracket have to fight it out. They're on their last life. These are the brackets going into our big winners final coming later today. We started with 8 players in the winners semi-final. We saw Denis Lazovic take down Jose Martinez, Magnus Carlsen in a dramatic Armageddon, one against Vladimir Fedoseev. They'll be facing each other in the big winners final. It is the 17-year-old Denis Lazovic, the kid who's been on a dream run against the biggest hurdle, the world #1 Magnus. But we start the day with the losers bracket, players on their last live. It will be Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Jose Martinez, who has been playing amazing chess in the Chessable Masters, winning the play-ins. But yesterday he lost to Denis. He will be on his last life up against Alireza who knocked out Wesley So. Predictions, guys. Who are we expecting, Robert, to make it through to the loser semifinals?
You're putting too much pressure on me because we have, for the second day in a row, some heavy hitters in the elimination bracket. Alireza, he survived against Wesley So. Wesley made 1 incorrect pawn move, and that was that. And so for Alireza, who's on his last life, I think he will be one of the players to make it through. He'll continue his journey here at the Chessable Masters. David, I don't know. Do you agree with me, or am I just going out on a limb here?
I've got to say, I trust you, Robert, always, and I do agree in this regard. It feels like things are working on his side, a bit of luck in his favour, and I've got to say, in the other match as well, Fedoseev has been on fire, really unlucky against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. So I'm going to say that his run might continue. I would love to see a rematch potentially. But of course, 4 strong players, hard to predict, but those are my bets.
We're going to be in for some awesome chess today. Really pumped about it. It was an absolute roller coaster yesterday. Let's rewind and set the tone for the action that's coming up. Take a look.
Those players in the elimination bracket now, 4 of the world's best, so there's definitely going to be blood spilled.
That was a blunder from Wesley So, and his time in this tournament might be done.
This is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
Oh, what a finish! That was sick from Alireza.
The knight is coming, the king is coming, but a mistake now by Vachier-Lagrave. White's pawns are running, suddenly White's ahead.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigns. The G-pawn is unstoppable. Maxime is eliminated.
White's king actually going to feel safe and sound, or whoa, apparently there was a big blunder.
Whoa.
Wow, double question mark, and Black can pretty much win on the spot.
It's game over and it's match over. Denis Lazovic advances through.
I see progress with a helping hand, but unfortunately again you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost on time! Are you kidding me? And if the rooks come off the board, then the last pawn drops, and that's immediately a draw.
Magnus progresses from this Armageddon. So close, so close.
In just a few moments, the players will be ready to go. And these are the win probabilities for our Chessable Masters. Magnus Carlsen, as always, a massive favorite to win the event. Robert, what do you think? Are we overstating it a little bit here, or is Magnus just unstoppable?
Well, with Magnus' win probability around 90%, I have to say, I think that's accurate. The other players in the elimination bracket, some super strong names, but they're on their last life. And Denis Lazovic, he has the same amount of time left as Magnus Carlsen. But when you're facing Magnus, perhaps the greatest player of all time, you have your hands full. So I have to say, it does look accurate to me.
It's hard to bet against Magnus, no matter what the format is. He's always the big favorite. And yesterday, what a match it was against Vachier-Lagrave. Let's take a look at our post-match stats with that big fight right there. David, it was a match that could have gone either way. Magnus took the early lead, but Fedoseev, he really fought back.
It really went down to the wire. I jinxed Magnus actually yesterday by calling him the marathon man just before he lost on time in game 4. But ultimately, in the Armageddon, he was able to pick up the speed, pick up the accuracy when it really mattered. And look how close it was there. Magnus was critical about his own play, but 93% accuracy, not bad at all. And Fedoseev not far behind. It ultimately came down to that Armageddon, came down to a rush against time. And I think Fedoseev, with a bit more luck, things could have gone his way. Magnus, as he said yesterday, needs to improve today against Denis Lazovic to ensure a victory.
And we saw one blunder per side that was on the board, but perhaps the biggest blunder of all was not included there. It was a loss on time for Magnus Carlsen, who said he just didn't feel like he was in it, that he was struggling, that he was fortunate, he survived, he won that match, so he does have his 2 lives left.
Not in it, Magnus. Is he still the second best player in the world? We got the answer to that today. He plays against Denis Lazovic. Denis has been so in form. Magnus said it himself. It's like he beat the murderer's row. What a performance he's had. And that matchup is coming on later today. Magnus Carlsen said he needs to do better today than he did yesterday. And of course, there are players who are fighting on their last life. One of them, the 2 times World Championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He will be playing against Vladimir Fedoseev, and yesterday he had quite a match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Again, David, it was Jan who was on the back foot. He lost the first game, and then a dramatic Armageddon saw a big turnaround. What did you make of that finish?
It was brilliant from Jan. Again, with his back against the wall in must-win situations, he really upped his level, and we see it there. Decent accuracy for both sides, but ultimately decided by those brilliancies from Jan Nepomniachtchi. In the second game, a queen sacrifice with a checkmate, and in the Armageddon, making the second last mistake. It was Vachier-Lagrave who blundered finally, and ultimately Jan progresses. So very close, those 2 rivals. We'll see Vachier-Lagrave in future throughout the tour, I'm sure. But it's Jan who's clinging on to survival, and he needs to improve again today to maintain his place here at the Chessable Masters.
For Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that was a heartbreaking moment. So close to getting that Armageddon victory, but it's not over till it's over in chess. And that's what we saw. Jan Nepomniachtchi stays alive in the Chessable Masters. We will have the loser semifinals today. We start with that later, of course. Robert, we've got a big matchup coming on with the 17-year-old Denis Lazovic taking on the world #1. Now, of course, Magnus, a big favorite today. What does Denis need to do to make you think that he's got a chance against Magnus today?
Well, Magnus Carlsen is nearly double the age of his opponent. That's not something that we say very often, but Denis Lazovic, he is a teenage sensation. He's been on a tear, and his ratings throw them out the window, except perhaps that Chess.com rapid rating, nearly 2,800, up there with the best of them. So I think for Denis, his future is so bright, but his present and his recent history, oh, watch out, because as Magnus himself said, he took down some of the very best players in the world. He's a scary guy. He's not going to lose without an absolute fight.
Well,
we saw them in Toronto playing over the board, and actually it was very close. Magnus won eventually against Denis, but Denis got a draw there in Toronto, and even his defeat against Magnus was just in the final stages a last-minute blunder, so definitely anything possible.
We all know Magnus lives rent-free in most of the players' heads, but the younger generation tends to fight that. And Denis Lazovic has said he's got no heroes, he's got no idols in the chess world. It's going to be a big fight. Denis needs to keep that attitude, be fearless on the board, and he's been quite the conqueror this Chessable Masters, Robert.
He's been just a beast. I mean, there are no other words to describe his performance thus far, beating some of the biggest names in chess, starting with Hikaru Nakamura, then Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for good measure, and let's not forget Jose Martinez. So Denis Lazovic, he's been a kid on a mission, and can that mission continue today? It might be mission impossible when it's against Magnus Carlsen, but hey, why not? The magical run may continue, and he may see his way all the way to the grand final.
Oh my gosh, that could be. If that happens, it would be the biggest upset that we've seen in the Champions Chess Tour. The way Denis Lazovic is playing, you cannot write that one off. And of course, once again, that will come on later, the Denis versus Magnus matchup. We will start off with the losers quarterfinals. And you mentioned Jose Martinez. He's been having a great run as well. Great performance in the Swiss Plains. He also started off well, but yesterday against Denis Lazovic in that game one, I think it all just turned around for Jose, losing a winning position. It sees him in the losers bracket, and he takes on Alireza Firouzja. David, on paper, Alireza's got to be a favorite. Where do you see Jose's chances?
On paper, Firouzja is the favourite, but Jose Martinez just needs to channel that form we've seen throughout the last few days from him. Yes, there was a blip yesterday. It felt like Martinez was trying a bit too hard against Lazovic, but if he maintains that form, if he kind of regains his balance, he's got a chance. Firouzja, who we see in front of us now, has been up and down, Mr. Inconsistent, sparkling world-class play on his day, but also a few blunders here and there. So Jose has to hope that he catches Firouzja on an off day. A bit off guard, maybe in a quieter position where Firouzja's strengths aren't allowed to shine.
Alireza Firouzja lost to Vladimir Fedoseev, went down to the losers bracket, and then eliminated one of the best in the world, eliminated Wesley. So there's definitely going to be a big fight between these two. Jose Martinez, he's flexing a little bit right now on the camera, stretching, getting ready. Body language, what do you make of Alireza? He looks very focused, David.
Looks focused, and I think he's extremely determined to put that inconsistent form behind him. And in the meantime, the other losers quarter final, Vladimir Fedoseev against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan's slightly older, but so level there in terms of ratings. And maybe that head-to-head, Robert, just slightly in Jan's favour, giving him the upper hand.
It doesn't surprise me. Jan is the higher rated between the two, at least over the board. But as you look at their ratings online, they're almost identical. 28-12 for the big fish, 20-11 for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So this is a very close call between two great players, two players who can win this whole thing despite being in the losers bracket. And we saw how close both of them have been. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, he was out just on the verge of being eliminated against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and one hasty king move allowed Jan, the two-time world championship challenger, to survive. And he didn't just survive, he advanced, and I'm telling you, don't count him out, because he can beat anyone in this field, including his former world champion rival, Magnus Carlsen.
Not many players in the world can boast about winning the candidates twice back-to-back. The two times World Championship Challenger, as you mentioned, it is all about him finding his form, finding his rhythm. And yesterday, the way he checkmated Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in that second game, it feels like he has ultimately found it. But the Armageddon was a bit up and down. For Fedoseev, it just feels that he's been more consistent than Jan. Is that fair to say, Robert, that so far, Fedoseev has been the more consistent player?
Well, the reason I like this matchup is they kind of have the similar styles, and when they're on their best game, they just crush their opponents. But sometimes they get a little bit too feisty. They just want that victory. They play aggressive tactical styles. And I mean, for Fedoseev, he was really close to beating Magnus Carlsen, but a day before that against Alireza Firouzja, he probably should have lost that. If you repeated that game 10 times, I think he loses 9 out of the 10, but that one was good enough despite being down 2 full pawns.
And we often talk about styles of players. David, Robert saying that these two have a similar style. How do we expect the opening? How important will it be for these players, the opening approach that they bring on? And what are you expecting?
I'm expecting the Catalan opening because Jan Nepomniachtchi is wearing his Barcelona football top. But Fedoseev is the one who starts with white. Of course, he can freestyle. He plays every first move pretty much. He has this really unique style. Magnus mentioned it. Robert, you highlighted it there. And I think Jan, there we go, pawn to d4. If Jan brings his World Championship repertoire, he'll be in good stead here. We see the Nimzo Indian defense, Black's bishop coming out to pin the white knight early. Fedoseev used this move, queen to c2, yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. We see a quick trade, and white has the bishop pair, but black ahead in development. A lot of theory here. Tanya, you're a d4 player. You must have seen this position at some point.
Yes, and I like these positions with black. And also, let's remind everyone before we deep dive into the ideas that this is a best of two. So the margin for error is so little. You have to keep things under control, take calculated risk, because to come back is never easy with such few matches. And we see after 8-6, one set of minor pieces has been traded off. White, of course, had the option to even fall back with the bishop, but going for a more direct approach here, knight to f3, and Robert, Jan slows down before capturing on c4. Does that surprise you?
Well, I think it's what we've been talking about. The margins are thin here. With just 2 game matches, if you make one slip in the opening and give Vladimir Fedoseev the advantage, you may not come back from it. And look at this queen on c5. What an annoying piece to deal with. It's just sitting here saying you can't touch your b-pawn to develop your bishop if you can because your knight is loose. You can't easily move the knight because the c7 pawn is behind it. All the while, you're protecting your pawn on d4. So Jan, he's got his face in his hands right now. David, have you seen this queen c5 idea before? And has Jan is the more important question.
I must admit, I'm not too familiar with this queen c5 move. As far as I was aware, dropping back the queen to c3 was the main move in that position. That's appeared in multiple master games. The whole idea is, firstly, as you mentioned, to keep pressure on this black knight, but also to clamp down, to stop black breaking out with e5. And that has very much been set up now with this last move. Black's rook activating. He's pretty much guaranteeing Jan Nepomniachtchi that he wants to throw that e-pawn forward to develop the black bishop, just to open lines towards the white king while it's still stuck in the center. And certainly Jan Nepomniachtchi was surprised. I believe a rare move, but after recomposing himself correctly, just improving a piece, correctly setting up a threat, and I'm equally surprised to see Fedoseev think now, because if this was prepared, if this was home cooking, as we say, queen to c5, something he studied before, then surely he would have examined what to do after black's most natural move, rook to e8. And there we go, knight into e5, blocking black's main idea. It's pretty much one side saying what they want to do next, and Fedoseev's shutting the door in his face. What do you make of this knight exchange now? Robert, this is changing the pawn structure, changing the dynamic of the game.
Well, white has these double pawns that may seem bad, but white just has more active pieces, despite the fact that the king remains in the center. So black offers a queen trade. White will likely bring a rook on a semi-open line. It's about developing these pieces on the king side that can't get out. So Tanya, at first glance, I don't love double pawns, but I like activity, open files. What do you make of this position? Because the engine off to the side of the board here says it's pretty level. Would you rather have white or black in this setup?
I started earlier, I do like these lines with the black pieces in the Nimzo, and I think the main idea for black was to get e5 in, which now has been stopped at the cost of these double pawns. But while white has been doing that, it allows black to finish development. For example, all right, he's taken on c5. I was thinking of ideas of actually sacrificing on c7 with white's king still in the center. Maybe we'll see that, because the main problem in this position for black is to develop that light squared bishop. That is the absolute key. And very often in these structures, you can even give up the c7 pawn, open up the c line to do just that for development. For example, a move like b6 comes to my mind, or you're highlighting the move bishop d7, which the more I see, I like that one as well. The main point is that if white was to get greedy with the c7 pawn, your entire king side is still in the house. You haven't moved a single piece. Black can quickly take out the bishop, can bring the rook to the open line, and very often that gives more than enough compensation for the pawn.
I'm with you. I think that's a viable option, whether you play b6 or bishop d7. Jan, he's sitting in for another think because this is a critical moment. Sometimes when we review games, David, we quickly just press the next button, just go through it. But this could be a game-changing moment, whether he sacrifices the pawn or plays rook e7. I'm going to ask you the question, David, knowing your answer. You love material, so I'm assuming you'd play a move like rook e7 or pawn to c6 here to keep that pawn.
You know me too well, Robert. I wouldn't hesitate. I would keep that black pawn on the board, but I'm not Jan Nepomniachtchi. I know him very well, and I think his instinct, he's mulling it over now, his instinct is to sacrifice, to play actively, dynamically. All of these top players, they want to play the most ambitious move. They don't want to just sit there, passively defend, let their opponent dictate the pace of the game, to have the upper hand, to have more fun. So I agree with Tanya. Jan is definitely considering it. He's no, he's not a timid, scaredy cat like me, but I jinxed it. There we go. Rook to e7. He is a timid, scaredy cat like me. Rook to e7, defending the pawn, and black is passive.
I think Jan just made this move for you, David. He knows you're commentating on it. This is your style. He's playing according to what you want him to do right now. But it also makes a lot of sense because, again, white is so far behind in development that black perhaps has the time to do it. But this is what I was afraid of. Because now anytime you move the b pawn, which he's done it, white can perhaps put the bishop on g2. For example, right now itself, you can take the rook on c5. White will capture the rook on a8. Black's the one with the double pawns. The bishop's still on c8. I'm just wondering who does this trade favor, Robert?
Yeah, this would definitely favor white. I know we were saying how white's double pawns in the center weren't so bad. Those double isolated pawns for black would have been awful. So rook b8, I think that's the proper response. This rook now has to slide back as it's under attack. And that does give black the time to push this backwards pawn or trade off the light square bishops. I actually think that Jan is handling this perfectly. There could still be some sort of attacking chances on the king side if Jan isn't careful. Eventually a rook sliding to g1 and pawn to g5. But so far, everything looks fine in black's position. It's about developing, trading off key pieces. And speaking of rook d7, David, that is an excellent move. I was thinking bishop to b7, but he says your best piece is actually your rook rather than your bishop staring into thin air. Love moves like rook to d7, despite the fact that you moved the same piece numerous times.
Rooks become the most powerful pieces often in the endgame. It's all about open lines, open files, and that open D line for the white rook was ready to be utilized, and now just neutralizing the opponent's piece. I wouldn't be surprised to see the black king step towards the center as well in the next few turns, just to, again, challenge. There we go, king to f8, to control those key entry squares. The white rook wants to enter, wants to creep into the black camp, but the black king is going to shut the door. And white was kind of obliged there to castle himself. The white king now not too happy, stuck on one of the flanks. Kings want to be in the center. It's easier to kind of use direction, switch up direction later. But it was more important to connect the rooks. So I've got to say, this is going in black's favor. On the camera, you can't really tell who the happier player is, but Fedoseev, I fear for him here. Long term, if all the rooks disappear, black is simply going to win. Black's queenside pawns, those 3 versus 2 on that left flank, they're going to march forward. And we talked about double pawns earlier, Tanya. White's kingside majority far harder to utilize.
That's really well put, that if all the pieces are traded and it's a pure king pawn ending, black is essentially a pawn up. It's so much easier for black to create a passer. It's just a winning endgame. So white needs to be careful. To me, Robert, it looks like it might be time for white to start thinking about a pawn roll on the king side. That's why you had the majority. You're already thinking about pushing that f pawn, pushing that h pawn, get f4, f5 in. Because if you don't do anything, then David's idea of trading pieces could become a big reality. While Fedoseev has a think in this position, Robert, update us with what is happening on the other big matchup between Alireza and Jose. Again, 2 players on their last lives.
Yeah, this game, it's deep into the ending where both sides are trying to stop the other's plans. And here on the right-hand side of our screen, we see that Jose Martinez with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja, it's a pretty level game with white having a knight versus a black bishop. So as I look across these matches, so far there's been little separation between these players, and I just think that it's a pretty balanced affair.
Looks pretty much symmetrical, the pawn structure here. I'm looking at the cameras as well. Both look pretty calm. Feels like Jose Martinez doesn't want to take any risk here with white. It's, after all, as you mentioned, Tanya, a 2-game match. Losing with white would be a cardinal sin here. You cannot get away with it. Then again, the symmetry, we talked about open lines. White is the one with slightly more active pieces. White's queen more active than its counterpart, and white occupying the only open line, the e-file. So question mark attached to this last move, Tanya. Can you see any specific reasons, or why could that be a mistake?
To me, it looks like such a natural move because you want to make sure your queen's free to move around a little bit, your d-pawn's protected. Rook d8 would be a move that we'd all want to make in this position. You put the rook on a nice square. It's actually doing something there. But I think here the eternal question, and I'm going to throw it to both of you here, it's knights versus bishop. In these kind of position, what do we prefer? Do we prefer the knight or do we prefer the bishop? Robert, I'm going to start with you.
Well, the bishop is kind of biting on granite with this pawn chain here is right in the bishop's path. So there's no good, useful diagonal to work with. Knight e5, that wasn't the move. So I think we should analyze, just bring up the analysis board for a second, because this move gets an X. I'm going to look and see what was the improvement ever so quickly. And it says that b4, that's why rook d8 earned a question mark, is that white should try to spring free a passed pawn if black were to take on b4. Now we see how clear it is. That pawn will push. A rook trade at some point will help white clear the road for that passed pawn. So this, I wouldn't really consider it a huge mistake from white. It's hard to spot these ideas and it creates weaknesses. But David, now that we see it, grinding like a grandmaster, it could have been a good start by pushing some of these outside pawns.
B4 would have been a really instructive, really classy move, switching focus there with black off balance, suddenly playing on the queen side, but very hard to see, as you say. Probably the most difficult thing in chess is knowing when to kind of go for these exchanges, when to change the structure, when to start taking action when it looks like you can just slowly maneuver and improve. And I did prefer the queen and knight combo over the queen and bishop. The knight is the only piece that can act in a way a queen cannot. So queen and knight together do often work wonders, but now that the bishop and knight have both disappeared, fewer imbalances here. White is only playing with one kind of small kind of aesthetic advantage, at least that's the open file. But if queens disappear, I don't think you can really profit from that small thing. So the problem for Jose Martinez, he wants to kind of drop the white queen back, kind of set up a battery along the e-file, but there is a white hanging pawn on a4. So he's kind of tied down. Tanya, queen exchange. Like Robert said, I love to grind like a grandmaster in an endgame to push, to try to look for these small advantages, but I'm struggling to see any.
I'm going to first ask the burning question. Who came up with the name grind like a grandmaster?
I can give away a little trade secret. It was originally, the title was meant to be Grind Like Gelfand, because when I was young, he ground me down in some long 7-hour endgames. He did the same to Magnus a few times, but in the end, Grind Like a Grandmaster was a bit more catchy. So GLG, that's what we call it.
I love it. And we keep alluding to that book that you co-authored with Magnus Carlsen. And I think we might be seeing another grind coming out in this. Now, even if the queens were to get traded, would it completely be leveled? Because I see one open file. White has total control of it. The rook from e5 can give a check and maybe start targeting the queenside pawn. It looks like the black rook, even if the queens are traded off, will be more passive, at least for a while. And Robert's idea of eventually getting b4 in, white might be the first one to create a passer. Even if it's an endgame, I think white's got something to play for here, David.
Certainly. You never give up. That's the kind of 101 of the grind. It's like in life. I'm sure all the viewers at home, sometimes you have to work a bit harder. You have to work overtime at the office. You have to kind of really dig deep, even when you're not feeling it too much. You have to find the energy from somewhere. And that's what Jose Martinez has to do right now. Like you say, Tanya, queen exchange, whoa, I was about to say was inevitable. Take the queens off and then try to look for small advantages. White's king coming to the center. Instead, he gambits a pawn. Robert, I was saying earlier, this was pretty much impossible. Should black just snack on that straggler on a4? Jose raising his eyebrows there. Do you think he missed it? Is this intentional?
It's intentional, and it's kind of what you were hinting at earlier, that these players, they will give up material if it means that they get active play. So just to put this sample line on the board, in Alireza, he doesn't have to take the pawn, although I think that white's intentions are clear. If queen takes pawn on a4, if we can just show this quickly, the rook comes up to e7, and now we see the white queen joining, c7 is loose. If you try to protect this pawn by just pushing it to safety, you can already see that the black queen is out of play, and white can even play Alpha Zero style to try and get after the black king. So the engine doesn't seem phased. It says that black can snack on that pawn, but I would personally be a little bit worried with having my queen offside like this, even if it's objective equality. I think practically speaking, Tanya, it does seem like white has a little bit more fun. The A pawn, not so relevant just yet.
It's a really nice point made by you. You sacrifice a pawn for activity, and it really feels like Jose's style as well to get into these kind of positions. But it's also Alireza's style. He picks it up because white was in any case planning to go rook e7, a difficult threat to fight. And now this is going to be quite the fireworks on the board, unexpectedly so. Over the last few moves, it looked like a very slow position. It's blowing up. The queen from e2 is going to step on to f3, start targeting the f7 pawn. Right now, black needs to answer the most immediate question. How are you defending c7? The first move that came to my mind was slip up with the rook to d7. You want to challenge that rook on the 7th rank, but I think that's dangerous because then white can give a check on e8. You come up with your king to g7, queen e5, and suddenly we see that the only move black will have is f6, and I think David with rook e7, check, it just felt like it would be too dangerous for white. So instead, we've got the move c5. And my question to you is, can white go queen to f3? Ignore the center while he answers it. He wants to take on the c5 pawn instead.
He actually preferred your move there, Tanya. I think he might well try it now on the next turn. There we go. Still this checkmate in 2 threat. The f7 pawn is hit, needs to be defended. And Firouzja, notice how he's going passive here out of necessity. I talk about divorce here with the black king, the black queen. They're so far apart from each other, and that spells trouble. So you often have to put a piece passive just while the queen is absent from the defense. And here we go. Equal material yet again. The pawn has been snapped off, but things are disappearing. I think Firouzja's calculated really, really well that he can liquidate the whole queenside, that all those queenside pawns will just fall off the board. And why is he hesitating? Surely he's going to push that A pawn now. Maybe he's just slightly afraid that the white rook will zoom over and prevent that pawn from continuing its advance. Still, I don't know, Robert, I would slightly prefer white in this position.
I definitely would prefer to have the white side of this position just because white has the activity. So I have to say, both players playing a nearly perfect game. Jose, he went for the activity. There were some practical problems that still need to be solved from the black side. But I think that, there we go. I was about to say one little precise move away from full equality for Alireza. The queen protects the pawn. It also protects the king side, this f7 pawn, which has been a weak point, and puts pressure on the c3 pawn. So I do think in the near future, we'll just see pieces, as you would say, David, hoovered off the board, and we are likely to see a split point. So Tanya, I mean, it's been a fun game in this one, but I get the sense that the life is kind of sucked out of it. Although Alpha Zero style play on the king side, Jose is not going to let this game fizzle out without more of a fight.
I agree, but I think black can just simply stop that Alpha Zero-esque plan of h5 with pushing his own pawn up the board. And after that, I just see a symmetrical pawn structure. Black playing h5 here seems to stop all white's dreams on the king side. Eventually, I'm foreseeing the a pawn being traded off for the c pawn. Can we say that draw is not too far away in this one?
Looks that way. I think a draw is almost inevitable, and maybe we take a step out and go to the bird's eye view, because the other game, while a draw is still possible there, it's heating up. It's a pawn race. It's only rooks and pawns left, and suddenly look at that black king on the left-hand board. Fedoseev against Jan Nepomniachtchi. All these king walks we've seen throughout the tournament so far, throughout Division 1. Black's king has entered, started grabbing pawns, and temporarily, black is a pawn ahead. Evaluation bar on his side as well. Robert, what do you make of this? Has Fedoseev just lost control, or was this an intentional gamble on his part?
Well, we got into an endgame where those double pawns were not good, and they're doubled no more because black is up a pawn on the left-hand side of our screen. So Tanya, as she said, she wanted from the black side the whole way. She thought that opening was good for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it's proven to be the case. So Vladimir Fedoseev, this is a rocky start. It hasn't been good from him. He is trying to challenge black on the 7th rank with his rook, but it feels like Jan, with precise play and with 2 minutes and change on his clock, he should get the job done.
I think this is one of those games which is going to become a model game for the Nimzo Indian. Queen c5, a new idea tried, but it didn't really lead anywhere. And I think the way Jan handled it, trying to get the e5 break in, then how he developed the queenside bishops. And now look at this rook pawn endgame. They often say that piece activity, the king activity, and the rook activity in these kind of endgames is worth a pawn. Here, black already has an extra pawn. And Jan wants to keep as many of those pawns alive on the king side. I see some real winning chances in this one, David. What do you make of it? Do you think this is closer to a draw or a Jan win?
I just love the way Jan's been playing. I think especially after these last couple of moves, it's pretty much guaranteed to be a win now. The black pawns on the king side, 4 versus 2 there, they're going to start running. In the meantime, small update, the other game we were following did, as predicted, end in a draw. Queens came off, pawns came off, dead equality there. So this is the last game we've got left in the losers quarterfinal. And yeah, just Jan. I love that F5 move just a couple of turns ago. Just push pawns. When in doubt, if you don't know what to do, it's the endgame. Get as close to promotion as possible. And that's what Fedoseev's trying to do now. And the problem is, connected past pawns, the black king is going to shepherd his own pawns forward, and black's rook is doing a fantastic job later of just sliding behind white's runner on the b file. I think it's a race, but black is just too far ahead. Even if black were to lose his rook for the white b pawn in the near future, black's pawns by then would be too far down the board. So this one, I think he's almost got it in the bag. He's done the hard work. Go active with your king, everyone, in the endgame. That's how to stay on the front foot. Looks good, Robert.
I loved this move, this latest move, king to g3. I'm sure pawn takes pawn on g4 was also winning, but you're already up material, and it's not about grabbing more pawns. It's about pushing them to the other side. So instead of stealing a pawn on g4, he said, let me just push. And now, yes, he could take this pawn on h3. After the rook takes the pawn, he can bring his king back and then push his passers. I don't see why you would even waste any time. Push this one all the way up the board. Jan says, all right, I just feel like it's important to take this one. It doesn't change the dynamics of the game. It doesn't change the evaluation. Tanya, Jan has done everything right in this game. His accuracy has been spot on.
I was saying it's going to be a model game for Nimzo Indian. I think it's going to be a model game for how you play a rook pawn ending. We've been highlighting the piece activity as well. That f pawn moving forward, white will have to give the rook for that pawn. Black will give his own rook for the b pawn. And then finally, that one extra pawn, the g pawn, will decide the game. And we see both pawns moving forward. This is just a matter of a couple of moves. And I think this is busted for Fedoseev. He needs more than a miracle to save this one.
He needs more than 14 seconds as well. Time is not on his side either. He needs more pawns, more time, everything. And there we go. Resignation. Black was about to make a new queen. Nepomniachtchi takes the lead. Impressive game there. Impressive endgame technique.
Really good stuff by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Starts with a win with the black pieces in a best of 2. He's got white in the next one and needs only a draw to keep him going in this event. For Fedoseev, that's a big danger. He has to win on demand. Meanwhile, Alireza and Jose Martinez, Robert, an active game but ended peacefully.
There was some good chess in that game, but little can be done when both players are playing precise chess. So a draw between Jose and Alireza, a fair result, and Jan Nepomniachtchi just outplayed his opponent starting in the endgame. The worst pawn structure came back to haunt Vladimir, it was his own doing. He played an offbeat variation, and unfortunately it was him who got beaten. So a great start for Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's for sure.
And it really wasn't a great start for Jan Nepomniachtchi at the start of Division 1. He really struggled on day 1. But then yesterday, his comeback victory against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and his start today, I think this is the Jan that we love to see. And this is the Jan that can fight to become the champion of the Chessable Masters. David, what are the chances of Fedoseev to come back in this match? And how do you think he can make it happen?
Going to be tough for Fedoseev. Losing with white, we said it earlier, that is the worst possible start. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's played these World Championship matches. He's got a fantastic repertoire, so many weapons there. He knows how to shut down games. So I think for Fedoseev, he'll need to launch the first surprise. He'll need to somehow provoke Jan into some muddy waters where it's not a simple path towards a draw. And the longer it goes on, the one downside we've seen from Jan Nepomniachtchi throughout his career, some nerves do creep in. He's consistently been the runner-up of big events. And you just need to kind of just hold him off as long as possible. I think a long game will favour Fedoseev, but Jan with white, if he can lock it down, if he can simplify, neutralise Black's winning chances early, an uphill struggle. So Jan, big favourite here. But Fedoseev, the big fish, he's got to swim in a bigger pond in this game, and he's got to become a shark for sure.
Duffy needs to play some big moves and get a big win in to take it into Armageddon, and we're off. It's the Sicilian. That is at least good news, not only for chess fans, but also for Fedoseev. That means that he will get some play in. It will probably be a complicated middle game. And just as I say that, Robert, it's the Rossolimo by Jan.
Smart choice from Jan Nepomniachtchi, because instead of allowing this to venture into those tactical waters of a dragon where there are exchange sacrifices and checkmating ideas, look at this position thus far. No pawn tension. He hasn't actually pushed his pawn to d4, and Fedoseev says, you are not going to do that. I have this central clamp. So I would say both sides should be relatively happy because, as David said, Fedoseev wants a long game. He proved yesterday that against Magnus Carlsen, he can win in 100-plus move battles. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he doesn't have to worry about his king being checkmated. So I would say pluses for both. David, I know you have experience in these quiet type positions. Who do you think is happier about the opening stage?
I think Jan objectively will be thinking that white has an advantage. After all, white has castled the king, white's pieces, the knights, the light square bishop, they're out in the center. We always say that control the midfield, control the center of the board, and you're going to be in good stead for the middle game. He controls this nice square that you're highlighting there, Robert. Big outpost on a light square in the middle of the board. So kind of taking the emotion out, taking the earlier result out, I think Jan is happy, but Fedoseev cannot complain. He's got all of the pieces, all 32 pieces still on this board right now. He's expanding, gaining space on the queen side. He's got some advantages of his own, and more importantly, the game is alive. It's totally fresh. I can guarantee neither player has studied this position before, despite Jan Nepomniachtchi's speed. But for Black, okay, a big hit on that queen. He needs to react. He's played very quickly up to this point, but taking that knight in the center does look fraught with danger. And he might just have to go for it. He might have to kind of leave the king in the center. No, he moves his queen instead. I was trying to talk purely about how the players are feeling, but now it's suddenly become critical already. Some real calculation to be done.
Tanya, I'm wondering, I was going to ask you, are we going to see G takes F6 here?
I'd love to. I think the fans would love to see that happen. The commentators would love it. And the fact that Fedoseev the fact that he hasn't picked up that knight instantly, we might be seeing that appear on the board. And that would mean it would be an absolute wild position. Black destroying the pawn structure on the king side for the open G line. The more he thinks, he's reaching out for his mouse right now. Will he play it safe, capture it with the queen? Or will we see a G takes F6? He goes for the queen, takes knight. Oh, I'm disappointed, Robert.
Well, I think it's the best move objectively. He probably wanted to play G takes F6. Like in my heart, I want to go all out for the attack, but it was strategically very unsound. So he is choosing the correct continuation. His position is much worse. As David highlighted, white is castled, controls the center, has more pieces developed, and black has just been shuffling around with the queen. So this is a clear advantage now for Jan Nepomniachtchi. His latest move, A4, somehow, it wasn't best, and, well, Fedoseev, he's not responding with the most accurate moves. That's the nature of the game when you have to win or you're eliminated. You get into this state of mind where the best move may get closer to a draw. So let's play some move that's speculative, but at least forces my opponent to calculate. And I think that both players are handling the match situation well.
I love that moment where you both kind of in sync suggested G takes F6. I mean, it wouldn't even be on my radar, but that's the type of move, that unexpected option, often kind of going against conventional wisdom. You need to just throw out there, confuse your opponent a bit. I think Fedoseev feared if he played an ugly move like that one earlier, that if he lost, people would have been, mocking, oh, do you not understand chess? Do you not understand double pawns are bad? So he's played what should be correct, but look at this, the evaluation bar now rising in white's favor because he's profited. He's used his kind of development advantage to open up the center. When you're ahead, when you control more central squares, if things explode, open up, you're in a better position to kind of utilize. And look at this, knight jumping into f5 now. That's the blue arrow highlighted by the computer saying it's by far the best move. I'm also going to jump out and say it's one of the most natural moves. A knight and f5, black's king might not survive, question mark there. White's pawn will throw itself forward to f4 in the near future as well. Oof, I really fear. Look at that black light square bishop undeveloped. The black dark square bishop is a target for the marauding pawns. Tanya, I know you're a great attacker. You must be salivating at the prospect here of throwing those pieces forward.
I'm flattered that you say that, David, but I have to agree. I mean, just look at White's position. And yes, visually it looks amazing, but even you can just see exactly why it is. Black's pawn structure worse than White. Compare each of White's pieces to Black's pieces. That bishop on d5, an absolute monster. Once that knight lands on f5, that's not a knight anymore. That's a stallion right there. Black will have to find ways to neutralize that. Maybe a move like knight e7 might help, but it means more waste of time, which would give White the time to actually go in with the idea of the pawn avalanche that you were earlier talking about. f4, e5 coming in, the bishop eventually landing onto d4. I just feel like White's playing everywhere. Doesn't rush in with knight f5, first putting pressure onto c6. And it might not be the most accurate move, but I think it's also a practical approach, and it just keeps all the trumps in White's position. Meanwhile, Black doesn't trade on d4, not allowing bishop d4, which would have hit the queen on f6, but falls back with the knight. Are we expecting the bishop to retreat, Robert, or will he just keep it there?
I would be tempted to retreat, make a move like bishop back to b3, but then I see that the black bishop can finally develop and poke at the white center. Somehow things are getting a little bit out of hand for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The engine suggests that he's better here, that he hasn't spoiled his position, but it's getting complicated. It was locked up, and now it's open, and there's a bishop staring at the white king. This queen on f6 is staring through the knight at this loose pawn on b2, and even if objectively you can give up this pawn on b2, it gets scary when black has this passer not too far away from it. So I'm looking at this position with a fresh set of eyes. David, I think Fedoseev, he feels locked in and like he suddenly has chances because he's well ahead in the clock and the position is becoming a mixed bag.
Chess is all about momentum. Now he jumps into f5 with his knight, but was it a move too late? Now this, I'm trying to work it out. I don't think it's quite a pawn sacrifice, but it is a big committal decision. That's the thing. Jan, his position was too nice in a way with white. He didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to spoil anything. He just moved his rook to c1. What could be more natural? An open file. But sometimes, yeah, if you take your finger off the button for a second or two, the momentum switches. And I think he's trying to recorrect the course of this game by throwing his knight in. Maybe we jump in here, Robert, and show the idea behind this knight jump. If black takes twice on that square, eliminates the white knight, and then tries to snap up a pawn.
Okay, well, yeah, this looks pretty good for black, but there are two problems. One, bishop takes f7 check. It allows the white queen to hit a loose piece on d6. Loose pieces drop off, and that bishop will fall. But there's also bishop aiming in the other direction because this rook is trapped thanks to both of these bishops from the white side. So it's funny how I was first staring at the king side, then I saw the evaluation was so high, there must have been something better, and it's that this rook is trapped, no safe squares available to it, and thus white wins material. What a position this is, and I do not believe that Fedoseev is going to fall for this because, as we mentioned, even bishop takes f7 check. Instead, looks very good in my eyes, but after the trade of knights on f5, if we get this position, it's up to Vladimir to find some useful looking move. Bishop a7, that will trap the rook if you're not careful. That actually is a threat on the board. And so Vladimir, now he has his work cut out for him after the swap of knights.
Big moment, and he solves the problem of that threat by offering a trade of light square bishops. And here we go. Those bishops have left the board. It does look like white has an advantage, but let's zoom out of this one temporarily. We also have another game going in the losers quarterfinals. And here we see actually almost symmetry in terms of the evaluation bars. The first thing I looked over at, it looks like Firouzja has an advantage, but it's a different type of advantage to Nepomniachtchi's. The board we see on the right there, Firouzja against Martinez, very, very blocked. White has more space, hence the advantage, but still a lot to play for. What do you make of this, Tanya? The body language, the clock times, the kind of first glance at the position?
I think it's really interesting that white's the one with double pawns, but in this particular case, the double pawns actually give white an edge. a chance because it opens up the a file and creates a target for white on that a5 pawn. White's got these long-term ideas of perhaps even doubling up on the a file, but at least for now, it's making sure that black's rook on a8 is tied down. And I think whenever black pushes that a pawn to a4, white can actually just keep the double pawns as they are. You can just think about moving your b pawn to b4, taking away that c5 square, tying down that b5 pawn, and one of black's pieces will have to defend that pawn for a really long time. You pointed out the space, and David added to that the attack on the a file. I think that explains why white's the one who's pushing in this position.
I like everything you said.
Yeah, it feels like there's a big hole, Robert. Sorry, I'm zoned in on the c6 square. We need to highlight that one. It looks like a dream outpost for any of white's pieces.
But the problem is a knight can't get there very easily because the pawns cover the entry points, but a rook can. But Alireza Fedoseev says, Tanya, your idea, it's pretty good. Let me go ahead and double the rook. So I actually think that black may have to play this move a4, even if you don't want to, because you end up freezing your own pawn structure. You're going to lose the a pawn otherwise. So a4, to my eyes, looks reasonable. Another move is rook c8. There's an open file. You should put your rook on it. And the big question that I have, David, is that if this a pawn is in fact lost, and I actually don't see an easy way to keep it defended, because even after a4, rook a1 comes to mind, does black have drawing chances to equalize by playing around it, playing for activity?
Want to say yes for Jose Martinez's sake, but I think dropping a pawn here, unless something really magical happens, unless he somehow gets the black bishop into the game, the black knight on d7 into the game, it's going to be a real struggle. To seek compensation, you always need active pieces. And maybe that black bishop comes in now. That's one way to defend that a pawn. It's a bit of a journey, a bit of a path around. It takes 3 moves essentially to reactivate itself. But in a block position, maybe you do have that luxury. It definitely feels like his back's against the wall. And Martinez, he's great at kind of finding resources when it looks like things are going against him. But yeah, I do fear, just with the simplicity of white's moves, the simplicity of white's plans that Tanya pointed out, that even if he finds some compensation, it's going to take him a bunch of time on the clock. And already we see him a minute down, maybe soon a pawn down. Yeah, I would take Fedoseev here all day long.
The more I look at this position, the more I see the strength in these double pawns. Right now, he doesn't go for the idea of bishop b7, bishop d8, and I think that's a really great defensive resource you spotted, David. He's going for the activity, and that is classic Jose Martinez. He doesn't believe in passive defense. He's always trying for a way where he can keep his pieces active, even if it comes at the cost of material. Now, the problem here is that even if black was to step up, firstly, you can't go queen to c7 because that queen needs to stay connected to the b5 pawn as well. I actually don't see a way for the pawn to stay alive on a5. Which means you're going to go down a pawn. And now I'm just wondering, where is this activity that Jose is looking for? He goes a4, can white just grab this? Take it with your pawn, take it with the rook. And to me, it just looks like an extra pawn, Robert.
It is an extra pawn, but at least the queen on b8 will stare down an open line. The rook on c8 is on a fully open file. So this is what Jose is relying on. Whether it's going to pan out for him is a different question, but at least he is giving himself a clearer plan because the path in front of his pieces has now opened up. So this pawn can and is captured. This black queen can slide up to b3. There's rook c2 potentially to follow. In fact, I didn't even draw the blue arrow. That was the engine telling us that he had to play queen b3. It's given an exclamation point. It also was the point of his pawn sacrifice in this manner. So, David, I think that black, we can see clear counterplay, but is it enough? Would you feel comfortable at all with the black pieces?
Never feel comfortable playing against Alireza Fedoseev, especially with black. He's a beast when he has white. He's beaten me in some of the biggest games of my career when he has the white pieces. But yeah, I think actually Jose, he's done the best of a bad job, of a bad position at least. He's kind of chosen the lesser evil, being a pawn down. I think he's just playing, kind of hustling here a bit, but he's doing the right thing. You have to play for that activity. You cannot just suffer passively and let your opponent slowly at will at their own discretion outplay you. So yeah, he's done a good job. At least the clock situation, which I was a bit worried about, it's kind of turned in his favor suddenly due to this active play. And against Fedoseev, you have to fight fire with fire, or Fire-Rouge with Fire-Rouge. And yeah, I think he's doing a good job here. But talking of being a pawn down, maybe we zoom out to the other game just for a quick update while Fedoseev takes a longer think. Because it's also a pawn down situation for Fedoseev, and that is bad news. not just in terms of the fact that Nepomniachtchi is objectively better, but white only needs a draw. And your Nepomniachtchi here with an A extra pawn, it should be in the bank, Tanya.
Yeah. I mean, this endgame just looks like, again, it's all white's play. Black is trying to target the f5 pawn. Fedoseev trying to attack both the a5 and the f5 pawn, but f6 is weak. For Jan, he can actually go ahead and pick up one more pawn. And the thing is, Fedoseev needs a win in this position. A draw is just not enough. Even if he manages to survive a pawn down, he is out of the Chessable Masters. Where is he going to create his winning chances here? Robert, how do you see that even being a possibility, a hope here?
You have to rely on your d-pawn, I guess. I know the answer to the question is, realistically, Jan is not going to lose this game. But if it's going to come from anywhere for Fedoseev, he does have a pass pawn that can't easily march on the board. His rook on b5 hits the f5 pawn, hits that a5 pawn, as you mentioned. So white does have a few things to figure out. But I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, why can't white just continue snacking on pawns and trading off more pieces, because there aren't so many pawns remaining in this position. I don't see winning chances for black. I'm trying to come up with something, but even this, the advantage is given away, but black needs to win, not draw.
So tough here. Fedoseev, 3 minutes on the clock. And as we were saying, it's just a tough position. He does go passive with the black bishop to defend, but look at this, really classy endgame play. Really beautiful move there. I saw your reaction, Robert. Just locking black's pawns on dark squares. That is a fixed target now. It's not running away anytime soon, that black pawn. The white bishop can slide at will back to pick it off, and then white's h-pawn becomes a real monster. Maybe a potential future queen there. Exclamation mark for good reason, Robert.
That's a lovely move. Yeah, you are just cementing that pawn in place, fixing it on the color that your bishop is on. So the black bishop is a passive piece. It's defending these loose pawns in the position. Sorry, that's the third loose pawn. And white fixes that pawn on h6. Lovely decision. Now, I'm not really worried at all for Jan Nepomniachtchi. It does seem like he's just a few moves away from winning. So why don't we maybe head back to our other game where there is a little bit more tension and drama, because it's half to half. They drew their first game, and in game two between Alireza Fruja and Jose Martinez, look at the position now. Jose, he's trying to occupy the b file, go after white's extra pawn. It's not like white has the clearest plan in the world. It is black to move. But, David, why can't you just grab this pawn on b2 now?
I don't see any reason not to. A pawn is a pawn. As you mentioned earlier, in another game, I hate being pawns down for no reason, so why not restore the balance? That's one load off the mind. I guess white will either trade off or maybe even go active with the white queen, queen to c7, but then it becomes a bit more random. I don't see any exact specific threats for white. It looks nice and pretty, kind of lined up on the 7th rank with the white queen and rook, but next, where do you go next? I don't see any reason to pause. I guess Jose doesn't need to rush. That pawn might be available next move. Really kind of tense position, but evaluation bar here, Tanya, I feel it's deceptive.
I'm looking at that extra pawn. To neutralize that, you have to pick it up. I really like the idea of keeping the queens and not trading it off. Queen to c7, the other move that comes to mind is even queen to c6. It can be really scary handling that. He is touching the 2.5 minute mark. Both players are under 3 minutes. Once the queen lands on the 6th to the 7th rank, there are big threats on the board. Queen c6 would threaten rook takes knight on d7. And he does go to capture the b2 pawn. And we see this. First question, how do you parry this big threat? I don't believe you can really move that knight anywhere, because if you do that, then there are ideas against the f7 pawn. If you were to go knight to c5 or knight to b6, then your move queen c7 really comes with a big double attack on that f7 pawn and also the rook.
But look at this. Passive defense. It's given a miss. That means the knight jump probably was better. But as you said, Tanya, very difficult to move the knight when the f7 pawn was in the rook's sights. But David, to your point from earlier, I don't see how white crashes through. You can make all sorts of little improving moves. King h2 is a nice one, making sure there's no check on the first rank over here. But let's say black gets passive. Queen to b8. I'm going to try to play rook c8 to kick your queen out of there, or try to trade queens. So, David, where are the inroads from Alireza's perspective? He's got more space, he's got more control, but you need to actually target and take something at some point.
It's not going to be easy. I still think from a human point of view, both players probably assume White's slightly better, but they won't assume it's a big advantage. And Robert, you mentioned the weaknesses. There aren't many actually in Black's camp. It must just be the d6 pawn. And that is a backward pawn. It's only defended by Black's passive bishop. Someday, eventually, it might take time. White's knight is going to come back via d2 over to c4 just to sit and pressure that pawn for good. First, there's a hit on the white queen. So the white queen needs to move. Where do you retreat her? I don't know if you can step forward. Queen to c7 now might just run into a hit with moves like rook to d7. If you step back, queen to a4, queen to c4, I think you just need to maneuver, improve. I want to praise Firouzja's king to h2 move, though. That shows he's played a bunch of blitz and bullet in his life. You never want to allow a check when your clock is ticking down. But yeah, it's going to be a long, long grind. It's going to take a while to maneuver and only then start to set up the tactics for White.
David, Alireza doesn't step back. What are the chances of him going queen to a8? The move looks crazy. And maybe it's too much because you're lining your queen against the rook, but I don't see an immediate big knight jump. Queen a8, is that a possibility?
Wow, I was not looking in that direction at all, David. I know you. You're like, wait, that's a legal square to go to? Yeah, no, that's a really cool move. I think Black may be forced to bring the rook up. Well, now definitely rook d7, but even after queen 8, bringing the rook to the 7th rank, this queen on b2, it's really doing excellent work covering so many squares and pieces. But now that the rooks are getting traded off, and okay, this is Black's only move according to the engines, but it also is very natural, and replacing the rook with the knight afterwards. Once again, I keep asking this question mainly to myself, but also out loud. How is White going to make progress from there? The d6 pawn is not easy to get to, especially because e4 and f2 and White's camp need to be defended.
We saw a shake of the head as well from Jose Martinez before he traded off those rooks. But if I were him, I would be breathing a sigh of relief. He essentially traded off his own bad rook for White's very strong rook. It must just be based on a very direct attempt at victory here for Firouzja. He's going in for the kill with the white knight. But the white knight is not jumping any further. There is a check, you can check, but the black king just moves. And look at this, the blue arrow. The computer says White's best move is to admit defeat and go back. Just admit that your last move was mistaken. And there's simply a hit on your e4 pawn, so he might have to find this, Robert. Is it just me, or is momentum changing? Things are turning on board and clock.
Momentum is changing. So it is on the other board. I'm going to have to quickly bring up this one. I cannot believe what I'm seeing over here. Fedoseev is winning because checkmate in 1 is threatened. White stole the h-pawn. That's the good news. But Black has this d-pawn that is quicker, and checkmate in 1 is threatened. I'm in just utter disbelief. How in the world did this go wrong for Jan Nepomniachtchi? He can't believe it. Fedoseev wins. Tanya, what?
Whoa! Jan Nepomniachtchi resigns. Fedoseev wins the game, comes back in the match, takes it into Armageddon, a game that we had written off as one that Jan Nepomniachtchi can never lose. Rook to g3 check would have been a massive one, forcing king to h4. And how do you fight it? Because you're not only fighting this check, you're fighting the d pawn as well. d3, d2, d1 is just queening. You can't do anything about it. And he just gives up. And Jan, with a shake of his head, he can't believe it either, David.
And I just went back to check. 2 moves ago, Jan was still winning. It was self-inflicted. He pushed his own pawn to f4. He blocked in his own bishop. He pretty much trapped his own white king. Yeah, we're showing this now, Robert, as we see Jan kind of smiling and kind of laughing at what he did. Pawn to f4, question mark. He's trapped his own king, walked into a mating net, and after the next move, rook to e3, brilliant find from Fedoseev. He didn't realize until it was too late. Nepomniachtchi taking that pawn on h6, and after bishop to e1, as Robert pointed out, rook g3 is a killer threat. The pawn is rolling. Game over. It went from winning to losing in 2 moves. Chess is brutal. Rapid chess is so unforgiving.
What a finish to that game. And I think when you're much better for most of the game, your opponent's just kind of flailing and doing random things, you just assume that nothing's going to work. But Fedoseev never stopped calculating. He's kind of like the Undertaker. You know, he's coming back from the dead against Magnus Carlsen and now against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And as we dive back into this game between Firouzja and Jose Martinez, well, the same problems persist for Black. There's this d6 pawn that's targeted a number of times. But I just don't think White has enough firepower to keep attacking it. Tanya, look at the clock. Jose down now under 13 seconds.
He's touching that 10-second mark. He makes the move. He can only shuffle around with the king and stay passive. Keep those pawns defended. There isn't much activity to fight for, but he's taking control of White's king squares, not allowing White's king an entry point, trying to trade off as many pawns as possible. And both players playing on seconds right now. It's still, where is the winning chance? Is White going to march all the way from the queen side over with his king, David?
Quite possibly. I think the simple plan now is there is a threat. Knight to b5. He's defended his central pawns with the white king, and the other three of his army are going to go for that backward pawn, the black d6 pawn. But Jose is fighting so tenaciously. He's trying to use his own knight to go for the white king, some checks, some hits on the white pawns. But look at this, all of White's pieces. This is the picture of teamwork. Three of them ganging up on one sole weakness. Missed opportunity, apparently, according to the computer, but looks very logical to me. And again, the White King defending, the rest of the pieces attacking.
Wow.
And a piece sacrifice. Desperation from Jospem here. He's going to get two white pawns, but White's going to be left with one key remaining pawn. This one's over, Robert.
Yes, this was a nice retreating move as well from Firouzja. He secured extra material. Now he stopped his knight from coming to f4. It goes there anyway, but this is a winning endgame at this stage for White. d5 is gone. You can't actually defend the pawn. h4 comes next. And as long as you keep your last pawn, do not allow this to get two knights and a king versus a bare king, because that is the draw. In fact, Firouzja wins by resignation because he knows that Jose is not going to get that h3 pawn. Firouzja, he survives. Jose Martinez, his time in the Chessable Masters is done.
But what a run he had, but it does come to an end. Jose Martinez is eliminated from the Chessable Masters. Alireza Firouzja continues his run. I've got to say that last position and that game too, he did it convincingly. And these are our score lines. It's not over in the losers quarterfinals because we've got a big Armageddon coming up as Vladimir Fedoseev does score a win in the second game. A miraculous win, a miraculous save. And to me, Robert, David, it is so reminiscent of what happened in the Fedoseev-Maxime Vachier-Lagrave matchup. Maxime was completely winning in that Armageddon against Fedoseev, but just a last-minute slip, just sort of becoming a little casual at the very end, and it cost him a big win in that matchup. This one goes into Armageddon. What are we expecting? Has the momentum shifted psychologically as well?
I think it definitely has. I mean, for Vladimir Fedoseev, he earned his way through. But David, take us through how this went so wrong for Jan.
I just wanted to go through a slow action replay of what happened. Jan Nepomniachtchi on the brink of winning his match. Pretty much played a perfect game up to here. It looks like White is winning. It's all due to the weakness of this pawn, the weakness of the f6 pawn as well. But Fedoseev, this is a tip for everyone at home. Keep fighting, keep looking for tricks, for resources. First, this bishop is offside, doing nothing. He brought it into the game via d2 to protect this pawn, and this provoked the mistake. Here, Jan, with a calmer mind, a cooler mind, he would have simply gone for the other weakness, the f6 pawn. Maybe even he could have just pinned this bishop with a big advantage, a winning position, but always look out for your king. Even deep into the endgame, pawn to f4, as Robert highlighted earlier, was the mistake. Not just a mistake, but a pair of mistakes after rook to e3. A big threat here, and unfortunately, after bishop takes pawn, Jan still oblivious. Now the threat landed on the board, and just to show what could have happened if, for example, White had moved the bishop again, clearing the path for this pawn, this would have been a nasty check. The White King now forced to move, and a beautiful discovered check, hitting the White King, winning the White Rook on the next turn. So always watch out for your king, never take your eye off the ball, and don't forget the opponent. Jan, unfortunately there, just relaxing one move too early, and now has to pay that price with an Armageddon.
For Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's a reset. He needs to do it all over again against Vladimir Fedoseev. In their rapid match, 2 big wins by the black pieces. In the bids, how low are the players going to go to try and get black? We will be back with the big Armageddon, and the bids do not go anywhere.
But the goal is get you to a comfortable spot in those first 10 opening moves and just have you hitting that gas. That's all, folks. Thanks so much for checking out my E4 course here on Chessable. I do hope you enjoy. I got introduced to chess because my family is, obviously both my mom and dad's side is from former Soviet Union, and it's kind of part of the culture there. So I was playing with my grandfather when I was about 5, and I think what attracted me when I was younger is I just got the game. I got the game probably on the level how most modern-day grandmasters got the game. I could see something once and I could just go demolish adults, kids, and for most talented players, that's how it is for a long time. They just obsess over the game. I hate to compare it to art, but in many ways it is. I find it fascinating. Every day I can teach myself something. Played it for 20 years, and there's still so much I don't know. I can play blitz games, and I can make Masterpiece or Chaos with white, with black. What a time to be alive, you know, because I still have insecure chess teacher syndrome from 2019 when I was just going to private lessons and nobody knew who I was, and I still remember those days. And I very easily just think about them, and I'm completely the same guy. I just happen to do it on camera now. Last World Championship, I was looking at 5 streams at the same time, like getting all the information, trying to understand the position more, keeping in mind what I'm gonna say in the recap a couple hours later, who said what. That's the stuff that I really get excited by, just knowing that it was a good recording, it was funny, I presented everything I want to present. That stuff, I guess, is like a cycle that gets me more energy. I really enjoy making a high-quality piece of content. It is very natural for me to do the presenting. Like, I'm not fake at all. I think that's one of the reasons I can stream and stay sane. But like sometimes even I'm exhausted, and after I record a video, I have more energy, which doesn't make sense. I feel good about the current career. I don't spend a huge amount of time being introspective about the current career. I'm just working as hard as possible. With me, it's just me and the camera, which is even, I don't know, I wouldn't even argue it's more weird that it's just me in a room. From 2020 until now, I'm still just some dude who likes to talk about chess, and I just so happen to do it in an exciting way for a lot of people. And obviously, okay, my confidence has grown in presenting and knowing that what I put out will get watched, which is, you don't have that guarantee when you start. It's very nice, and it's not something I take lightly, but at the end of the day, if you really break it down, I'm just a dude who talks about chess. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. I've taken an approach in this course where I will happily enter the main lines of certain openings for the first 5 or 10 moves before deviating into something that's aggressive, interesting, and will definitely make people
And we are going to have the Armageddon between these two friends. Well, there's no friendship going into the next one, as it will be all about that clock and who gets the winning bid. And we've got the bids with us. Look at that. It is Vladimir Fedoseev who wins the bid, 7 minutes 35 seconds. Jan Nepomniachtchi bidding 8 minutes. He didn't go that low. What do you make of this bid, Robert? Vladimir Fedoseev starts with the black pieces.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi has shown a tendency to prefer the white pieces in Armageddon yesterday against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He also had white, but while he won the game, it wasn't pretty. He was, in fact, losing before Maxime brought his king in too far. So I don't know if I love the bid. I think Fedoseev is going to be happy taking black.
And yesterday, he had an experience against Magnus Carlsen when he had the white pieces. A lot of pressure there. Now things have changed up. We see the Caro-Kann defense. Black is temporarily sacrificed a pawn, but will win that back on this turn. And Fedoseev, this is one of his favorite openings with white with black, one of his highest scoring openings. Now, however, a hit against a weak spot on G7. Don't bring your queen out too early, folks, unless you're a grandmaster and you know when to get away with it. White's queen doing some really annoying work there. And now, after creating weakness, it's time to get castled. Robert, I've got to say, the time advantage, having an extra couple of minutes in what is likely to be a complicated middle game now, it surely will stand Nepomniachtchi in good stead.
Yeah, there's something about this opening that I don't like, even if you give me a ton of time from the black side. Look at all these holes in the dark squares. And this bishop on c5, well, if it gets back to g7, maybe I feel a little bit better, but still not so fantastic. So that wasn't me. I thought I misclicked. He actually just brought his bishop back to f8, Tanya. That is one of the wildest predictions I've had.
That's insane. It reminds me of your prediction of bishop to c7. I mean, how did that even happen? I still think about it. When it was a one-move blunder, and I think you dropped it, and Magnus dropped it, and right now, bishop to f8, another bishop move. Robert the Prophet strikes again. The bishop does land on g7, but I think you can explain this one. The dark square weakness that you were pointing out. For black's king to be safe on the king side, it's so critical for black to have that fianchetto bishop.
Oh, I think we should rename you Robert Fedoseev, Robert say Hess, because it's just you and Vladimir here. You're so in sync, and the downside, I guess, behind this bishop maneuver is it costs a lot of time. Look how many white pieces are out there pouring forward already. White's queen, all the minor pieces, the white rook in the center in e1. Yes, the pawn structure is blocked for now, but if things open up, white is by far the more ready to pounce. So Fedoseev living life on the edge. Robert, he's played your maneuver. He's now attacking the white e5 pawn. Do you see him untangling from this position?
I think he's doing a good job thus far because he's forcing Jan to slow down. And now we see that the difference in clock is 2 minutes. So I think from that perspective, Fedoseev has to be happy, but he hasn't developed any of his pieces. If I'm Jan Nepomniachtchi, I don't want to give up this central pawn. Maybe there are some tactics available to white that allow you to give up e5 because the black king remains in the center. But I probably would just drop my bishop back to f4. I know I put my bishop on g5 a turn ago, but I want to keep this pawn on e5, and he does it in a different way with queen to g3. I like that as well. So, Tanya, I would say from a strategic point, white's doing well, but I think Fedoseev, he may be in this comfort zone of this wily type of opening where he feels at home.
He's going to feel more at home once that knight from g8 can come out. And the only path that I see is from e7. He does hit the bishop right now, so forcing Jan to take a decision. You've got to fall back with that bishop. And then I'm expecting Fedoseev to continue with his development, knight to e7. Maybe someday it will land on f5, but you've got to be careful. You've got to watch out before you make that move. Go knight e7, get your king to safety, put that bishop on d7, start advancing the b pawn. And it does look like things have started looking slightly more playable for black. More space for white, though. That said, David, bishop falls back to f4. Do you think that Jan should be happier out of the opening outcome right now?
Jan would not complain if you offered him this position with an extra minute on his clock beforehand. But there is a bit of pressure now. Long-term, black has a lot of potential. Black is rock solid. Black has no real weaknesses. If pieces start to disappear, if knights, bishops, queens get traded off, actually, if anyone's better, it's going to be black due to having 2 central pawns, white only having 1 in the center. White's e5 pawn looks very strong now, but could become a weakness. So time is very much of the essence in Armageddon, as always, but also on the board. Pawn to a3 might look like a timid move, but watch out. If black ever has the courage to castle queenside, white will... Oh, he's setting it up now with bishop d7. White will throw pawns forward, pawn to b4, pawn to b5, and explode that flank. So really, really cagey stuff right now. I think Jan needs to act quickly. Pawn to h4. He's kind of bluffing now. He's playing on both sides of the board with pawns. He's asking where the black king is going to go. And no, this isn't a mouse slip either, Robert. King to f8.
This is a standard plan when your kingside is under attack. That leaves your rook as a defensive piece, and white can't team up on it. But I love the move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Knight d1, knight e3, knight g4, and the h6 pawn and the f6 square are accessible from the knight. So this knight is doing a bit of dancing. It's going on a real adventure. And black says, I'm not even going to think about your knight getting there. Tanya, I have to say, I like this change in pawn structure for black because now the position isn't as one-sided.
And I think this last move really explains that king sidestep. It wasn't a mouse slip. It was a move with a plan. The king from f8 defended that bishop in g7, so allowing Fedoseev to go knight to f5, trade off, having double pawns, but opening up the G line for a counterplay. So again, a double-edged game, but let's remind everyone that Fedoseev needs only a draw. It's so important for him to keep the clock under control and to not get the position super messy, because for Jan, he has to go all out. He's the one who's in a must-win game right now. So this kind of complication, this kind of a double-edged situation, does it seem to favor Jan more than Fedoseev?
Especially after these last couple of moves, Jan suddenly he's played 2 or 3 quick instant replies, and look at the white pawns. He's gained all the space on the center, on the queen side. Yes, this last move given a question mark, but white's knight has the most beautiful perch you'll ever see, an outpost on d4. So Jan, I think he's got enough pieces, enough control here to guarantee a long game, and with 2 extra minutes on the clock in Armageddon, no increment, that could be decisive. I would love to play 2 moves in a row if I could with white. I was going to say knight d4 and pawn to h5 just to stop any knight g6 ideas. And it just feels like Jan, he's in his element right now. It's not a winning advantage. It's not even maybe a significant advantage, but Fedoseev, 4 minutes on the clock, it's not going to be easy at all. Robert, do you think, king to g8, first of all, with the blue arrow there. Do you think that's natural? I was going to say, do you think Fedoseev's comfortable with his position?
Oh, clearly king to g8 wasn't that natural because he brings his rook to g8, and how could you blame him bringing his rook to an open line where the enemy queen is? But this bishop on g7 can't move, so tactically speaking, this isn't going to work out for black. You don't want to drop this h6 pawn. So this position is difficult for both sides. The bishop on a4, that is a nasty piece because you can't bring a rook to d1, you can't march your pawns forward on b4 and c5. So I think both sides have things to be happy about. I see the engine evaluation off the side. I don't care about that. Both players are recognizing that it's not easy to break through. So Tanya, and look at white getting the queen out the way. What is the actual plan for either side, frankly?
We're going to wait and watch that being played out. I think there are 2 ideas. Black can perhaps aim at trying to trade off that very strong knight on d4, eventually come with his own knight to c6, trying to exchange as many pieces as possible. But that said, the current position, with the number of pieces on the board, with both players, Fedoseev under 5 minutes and Jan Nepomniachtchi touching the 5-minute mark, and what we have in front of us, I think we're in for a wild time scramble in this one. And it is going to come into who's faster on the mouse, who's got that extra seconds on the clock. I'm expecting some piece trades to happen, and he does it knight c6 on the board, Robert. A good decision by Fedoseev.
It is a good decision, and he needs to control those light squares. And when it's a closed position, knights are often superior to bishops. So that's why there's one knight on d4. Perhaps a second knight can replace it because the knight appears over the block position. Whereas bishops, if there was a bishop on d4 instead, it would stare into its own pawn. So that's why these knights are looking so promising. And that is why Tanya recommended the trade of these pieces. So David, if these knights, maybe not even say if, when these knights come off the board, do you see how to further make progress? Because it looks like a completely blockaded position.
It's tough. It's not easy. And therefore, kind of with the lack of obvious plans, I'm inclined to agree with Tanya and say it's going to be a time scramble, pretty much guaranteed. And at some point, you just need to make moves, even if you're not kind of progressing, advancing your position, not kind of making inroads into kind of black's camp, for example, if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi. king h2, a great move, for example. You just tease your opponent, bring that rook to g1, pretend you're going to play g4. Maybe you do play pawn to g4. Either way, you've got extra time on the clock, and there we go. He's now attacking, and it's far easier to attack, as we all know, than it is to defend with that clock ticking down. So under 4 minutes now, Fedoseev, big decision. Does he have to take on g4, allow the white knight closer to that black king? The black king is almost actually in a mating net as it is. No real escape squares. Fedoseev presses the chaos button instead. Pawn to f6. Robert, clock, board, it's all just exploded in this last couple of moves.
It certainly has. And if g takes f5 is the only move to leave white with the advantage, this position is much trickier than the evaluation bar would let us believe. Now, Jan, this was a natural move for him. If this pawn takes on e5, yes, it looks like a fork as g takes f, received an exclamation point, but there's a queen on f3, there is a king on f8. You don't want to see all the pieces get out the way, so there will be tactics that allow white not just to save the material, but win some material. So in this position, I think if you're Vladimir, you just slide your queen on over to f7. It's going to be a bad position, but at least the white king doesn't feel that safe. Tanya, we could see the makings of a ladder checkmate with a rook on the g file, and if this queen somehow, some way, can get to a square like h4.
Whoa, and I'm just looking at the decision that Fedoseev has just taken, and I was wondering, is this even possible? Because I thought that white could actually push the e-pawn and create play against the double pawns, but he goes for a more direct idea, doesn't sacrifice the pawn, opens up the bishop. But the downside of doing it this way, Robert, to me, is that black gets play as well. Grabbing on f6, now that Fedoseev's bishop is active, I think that gives black some hope in this position. I was expecting e6 at that moment.
Yeah, that would have been a nice move instead of capturing it. David, now that we're here, we can revisit that moment a little bit later. This knight on e3 is pinned, and this white king on h2. If this black king slinks to the corner, whose king do you think is actually safer?
I would love to be Fedoseev suddenly out of the blue, not just because objectively maybe he's got more chances now, but it's just pure lack of control. It's an irrational position. Nepomniachtchi has no idea what's going on. We kind of have to calculate here just to try and figure out who's better. But as you say, if the black queen activates, if the black rook on e8 gets one more move, comes down to e4, I really fear for the white king. The black king, at least black's moves are easy. That's all you want in a time scramble. Knight takes pawn now. Check, forcing the black king into the corner. And yeah, that white king, look at the air around it. Look at all the possible checkmating patterns. There's so many of them. I agree, Robert. The evaluation bar still favors white, but this has been turning. And if momentum continues as it is, I think Fedoseev, he's got great chances now. Suddenly, the narrow path that white has to tread, it's only getting narrower and narrower every single move. What do you even play here with white? Your rook is hanging in the center. Nepomniachtchi, I wouldn't be surprised if he tanks now and kind of slips up. It's so easy to go wrong.
Wow, this position has turned completely. And Tanya, we've talked about Fedoseev. Yesterday against Magnus Carlsen, it looked like he was on his way down to the loser's bracket, and he won a game on time. Then in Armageddon, he had the upper hand. He couldn't find the tactical sequence. Magnus was able to escape with the match victory. And here, it looked like everything was going wrong for Vladimir, and now his king has scurried on over to the corner. Vladimir is actually the one ahead on time. Let's not forget, we're not getting these 2 seconds of increment with every turn. Jan is in serious time trouble now.
This is Armageddon. Jan has to win this game. He's got the white pieces. He's got no increment. He's below on the clock. It's his rooks that are hanging right now. Jan does look calm, but I don't think he's going to be that calm on the inside. The first big question is, what is his next move? I would think that he would just trade on e8 immediately, right? My rook on d4 is hanging. My rook on e1 is hanging. What is he thinking about right now? What are the other moves? Is rook e4? Rook e4 is not even possible. What am I saying? I mean, what do you even play here?
There's no easy moves, that's the problem. But he's got to just choose something, for better or worse. He's got to trade rooks, as you say, Tanya. Maybe leave that white rook on d4. And wow, he was calculating this. But look at the evaluation bar. We said it. So easy to go wrong. Double question mark move. I'm wondering what he has in store if the black dark square bishop just takes that white rook, a free piece in the center. He's got to go for checkmate now against the black king, but maybe there isn't one. He's now down a minute on the clock. I'm thinking again, Robert, he's miscalculated. He's missed something here.
And look at this, the blue arrow, it strikes. Queen takes f7, a queen sacrifice, because the rook on e1 is loose at the end, and black will have 2 rooks and a bishop and an attack against the white king. So this is going to be too much material in black's favor. Fedoseev Look at him. He is locked in, and he senses the moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's a bad sign when you give away a rook and then you still think afterwards his time in the Chessable Masters could come to an end in the next few moves.
But I think, Robert, it's critical for Fedoseev to play this move, because if you were to move up with your king, which he does, can't White give a check on d3, trade on e8, and pick up the bishop on d4?
Oh.
Did you see Nepomniachtchi lean back with surprise there? He feels that he's got a second life now, and he has. He has to go for that variation that you mentioned, Tanya. It's strictly forced, but more importantly, he needs to move. 1 minute left. It's still chaotic. We're miles away from a decision on this game, from the climax. He needs to move 1 minute. It's bullet chess now. He's living life on the edge.
It's going to be about flagging. David, this is going to be about flagging, and it's game on right now. He goes for this, gives a check.
Rook e4, the blue arrow's here. It's the only move, and it makes sense to keep the bishop defended. If you think you're going to attack a knight, queen g6 would be checkmate. He walked into a mating. He walked into a mating net.
Oh my gosh, now he's only got one legal move he has to block, and White's just motoring forward. White's going to checkmate or win the black queen. The black bishop is overworked, overloaded. He's got to flag Nepomniachtchi now, only chance. He's down a queen for rook and bishop. He's lost.
Oh, that was a tragic turnaround, but I will say there are still chances for black thanks to this pawn on d4. And it's not going to be, an easy win for White, whose own king is in trouble. Tanya, we have seen crazier things happen than a black win in this game.
I completely agree with you. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's got to wrap it up with just 40 seconds, no increment. The two bishops super active, f3 pawn, always under fire. Look at that eval bar, already a mistake by Jan. Can black actually just capture on f3 now?
Maybe he can. He's considering it. He can win back the white queen immediately, but first he grabs another pawn, and white gives a check, another check, but all of the white pawns are dropping. A draw is good enough for black to progress here, and you cannot deliver checkmate with the queen alone. So he's using his bishop, but he's dropping all his pawns here, Robert.
Yeah, and now you can just keep trading pieces. And in fact, I think black will have a fortress at the end. You put your rook on the 7th rank, or actually, why not this configuration? These pieces are untouchable here. Everything protects something else, and if this rook gets to d7, I mean, how do you expect to win this game with a rook behind a pass pawn? What a defense from Fedoseev.
Unbelievable.
He walked to a mate!
King h6.
King h6. Queen to e8 is the checkmate. Jan Nepomniachtchi is one move away from winning this. There's no way to fight it. Rook e7 runs into queen f6 and you pick up the rook.
Over so quickly, so suddenly. White's just going to win the black rook now. And nothing to be done. It's all about flagging. 23 seconds. Look at the speed they're going to show. They're going to display, but white has an extra queen. Surely this is over now. Will we see another comeback? No more pre-moves. Nepomniachtchi, he's got this in the bag. He's going to win.
The thing about Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's also a great bullet player. And this one, I mean, now it's 2 queens on the board. Yeah. It's done.
Oh my gosh, and Vladimir Fedoseev so close yet so far, and Jan Nepomniachtchi throwing his hands in the air. Unbelievable Armageddon. Oh my God. Wow.
I don't have the words. I really don't have the words for what we just saw. And, Fedoseev, his lights were flickering, but they've completely dimmed. His tournament is done with. In the Chessable Masters, he's been a wrecking ball of sorts. He took down Alireza. He gave Magnus every bit of a fight. And against Jan Nepomniachtchi, just when he had everything under control, he slipped. The players, I believe they're talking to one another. They know each other well. Fedoseev, even though he's bowed out of the competition, he has proven that he is a force.
And we have seen him so many times in the last season win Division II. The big fish, I have no doubt, will be back with some big games in the Champions Chess Tour. What an Armageddon. We saw the players discuss the moves out in the end because it was that crazy. David, I think this was one of the most exciting ends to a match that we've seen, one of the most fascinating Armageddon. Take us through the big moments.
This was incredible. So many highlights from that Armageddon alone, but I just wanted to show the final mistake where it all slipped away from Fedoseev's grasp. And it was here we were just praising him for being the comeback king, for defending a really difficult position and saving it with black, a draw being enough with Armageddon to progress. But one slip was all it took. Here, the black pawn is very strong, but you can just leave it, abandon it. If you keep your formation, for example, like this, king to g7, and just kind of keep your rook, just maintain it on the f-file, there's no way forward for white. The rook, the bishop, the king, they'll protect each other, curl up into a ball. This is the definition of a fortress. Instead, such bad luck for Fedoseev. He played rook to d7 in this position. He broke the formation and allowed the white king forward. This was a really accurate check, the only winning move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. And as we know, kings in the corner are susceptible to mating patterns. King to h6, exclamation mark from Nepomniachtchi, spotting his only opportunity. Because there are no checks, black cannot defend. This is a deadly checkmate threat on the back rank. Queen to f6 is also a threat, and what happened in the game, rook to c7, defending this square allowed a check, another check, and because the rook's undefended, it was simply game over. Things turn so quickly in Armageddon chess. It was a time scramble. Ultimately, Nepomniachtchi was the one to triumph.
Unbelievable. Moral of the story, keep your pawns close, but keep your rooks even closer. I mean, what was that? What a turnaround. Jan Nepomniachtchi seconds away from being eliminated and then just makes a big comeback. But you make your own luck on the chessboard. You make your own resources. And he kept going, and that's what we saw. It's not over till it's over. And today is not over because we've got a big winners final coming up as well. Robert, I mean, so many highlights as well from our losers bracket. Besides the Armageddon, what else comes to your mind? I've forgotten everything else that happened before this.
Yeah, let's be honest. The Alireza win over Jose Martinez feels like a lifetime ago. It all is about that last game. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, the way he stood in there, he found his last chance in a bit of a time crunch. That is impressive. He's done it on multiple occasions now. And as you said, you sort of make your own luck. They say better lucky than good. I say great and lucky, and that way is what Jan Nepomniachtchi is. He survives, he stays alive in the Chessable Masters.
We've had so much action, guys, but remember, the main course is still to come. That was just the appetizer. We have Magnus Carlsen entering the fray against Denis Lazovic, and we cannot wait. But just before we go on a break, I wanted to mention that Opera and Chess.com have collaborated on the internet browser for chess enthusiasts. The world's first chess browser has chess integrated right into the sidebar, so you're only ever one click away from a quick game of Blitz or a puzzle while you work. You can even pin the sidebar panel open so that you can carry on reading, watching, or browsing with one eye on the board while your opponent plots their next move. This is available for Windows, Mac, and Android. Use !chess browser in the chat now to download Opera for free and take it for a test ride. We'll see you soon.
We are going to see you very, very soon, but use this time to download that Opera browser, get a bullet in, because you're going to need all that action for the action that is coming up as we head into the big winners final. We'll be back with the 17-year-old Denis Lazovic taking on world number 1 Magnus Carlsen.
Welcome to a world where each game writes a new story with endless possibilities and surprising twists. We present the next big new tournament, the Freestyle Chess GOAT Challenge. At the forefront of this epic chess spectacle is none other than Magnus Carlsen, the former world champion, facing his first duel with the reigning world champion Ding Liren since his title victory. In addition to this top duel, Carlsen has selected 6 other top challengers to make the tournament especially exciting. Be sure to watch all the games on the live stream at chess.com and on our freestyle-chess.com website from February 9th to 16, 2024 at the first Freestyle Chess GOAT Challenge at the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort. Experience the thrill and fascination of chess in a completely new light.
Our once magnificent kingdom of chess lays now in ruins, our king slain. But some say that a new ruler will come and restore the realm to its former glory. Solve puzzles, fight epic battles, and earn gold, swords, and scrolls full of chess wisdom on your way to reclaiming the throne. Download the app today. And this month only, face off against your favorite kingdom character bots. Only on chess.com.
I am deeply offended by your pawn eats pawn rule. I think that sort of thing is cannibalism and must be stopped. Let's have a Zoom discussion about it.
And he includes the Zoom link. I love it. Can we open that now?
Oh
Is he there?
God.
That'd be great.
I love the tone of that. Like it's cannibalism. Let's have a Zoom discussion about it. Here's a link. Like that is so good.
I was sure that was going to be an en passant ticket. You know.
Yeah, I
right
thought
up
when it
until
started.
the cannibalism. Yeah.
I thought we were ready for en passant. He took us down a deep, dark world of cannibalism, and here we are. And by the way, I hope he's not waiting for us on Zoom.
I wasn't even swearing in a mean way. I'm Australian, it's how we talk.
Crikey, wallabies walking about. I'm actually with him on that. Have you ever talked to an Australian? They drop an F-bomb like literally every other word.
And I think, one of the things we've actually are working on now is that friend chats have a different filter. So that if you're playing a friend, you can actually engage in some fun trash talking. So that is something we realistically are looking at. Because people deserve that experience if they want it.
Sean McCoy bringing the knowledge. Didn't even know that was a feature. I love it.
He's down a piece, he's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks. Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
He's losing now.
He walked right into that.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
Probably made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley So has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
One move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my God! What an Armageddon!
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you've recovered from the absolutely insane Armageddon. Legend has it that Jan Nepomuchy and Fedoseev are still analyzing what we just witnessed. That was one of the most entertaining games I've seen on the tour. What a fight to the end. But at the end of it all, Jan Nepomuchy goes through, Fedoseev gets knocked out, but the action is on because now we're off to the winners final. Guys, we've got 17-year-old Denis Lazovic taking on Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, a big favorite. Robert, what are you expecting from Denis in this one?
I'm expecting more of the same. Solid play from Denis the Menace. He has done extraordinarily well to this point in the Chessable Masters. In the placement, he took down Hikaru Nakamura and Nishikori. Then he beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and yesterday it was Jose Martinez, his latest victim. So Magnus Carlsen, he is the best player in the world of chess, has been for the last decade. But why not? You know, you have to rise to the occasion. He's just a teenager. Denis Lazovic, he's proven that he has what it takes to stick with the best of them.
And meanwhile, Magnus on his part has eliminated Wesley So and Vladimir Fedoseev, knocking both of them. Well, not eliminated, but knocking both of them in the losers bracket with some big wins. It's gonna be a big fight, David. What are your expectations from this finals?
Well, it's hard to look past Magnus Carlsen, the world number one, the Champions Chess Tour reigning winner, and I think he will bring his A-game. We heard yesterday in the interview how seriously Magnus is taking his young opponent. Yes, Denis Lazovic is in the form of his life, but this is going to be a whole different challenge. So Magnus, if he can start fast, if he has been taking it as seriously as he said he would, then I think he is still the massive favourite. Then again, we all love an underdog. So Denis Lazovic, let's hope that he is able to at least hang in there the first couple of games. If he does, he will gain in confidence as well. I just can't wait for the games to get started. Expect the unexpected, as we always say on the tour.
Denis Lazovic has been making waves in online chess. He impressed us all in the Champions Chess Tour Season 23, made it to Toronto, had a great performance there, held his own in many games. We saw him in the World Rapid and Blitz as well, playing with the very best. Just some fantastic results there. And then this event. It's been the event of his career so far, it almost feels like. And now, the biggest hurdle. He's playing the boss fight now. Plays against Magnus. Denis is ready to go. Robert, what are the opening expectations from this one?
Solid openings from Denis, and who knows from Magnus Carlsen, because nobody knows what he's going to trot out on a given day. Sometimes he moves his rook pawns on the first turn. So for Denis, I mean, he has been a rising star for a while now, and the star is shining bright. He is Denis the Conqueror. Look at the names of the players he has taken down on his path towards the winner's final. Hikaru Nakamura, he needs no introduction. Nishikori, well, that guy's pretty darn good at chess too. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so good that he just goes by the three initials there, and is a former World Blitz champion. Jose Martinez, he may be world number 57, according to FIDE Rapid ratings, but he's much stronger than that, just doesn't play over the board all that much. And here, well, this is the best player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen. I am stoked to see these two go at it, because when they went head-to-head over the board in Toronto, as the first moves are underway, Denis Lazovic was a few careful moves away from making a draw in that first game, but ultimately it was Magnus who came out on top.
Magnus starts with the white pieces. Denis is so strong with white himself, so Magnus will see this as a chance to strike, and he starts with the English opening, but already a pause here. This is a bit of a surprising pause from Magnus. Surely he's going to bring out the other white knight, or he's going to push a pawn. He's had this position countless times before, but Denis is well prepared already. Magnus in the tank for 30 seconds. Tanya, the English opening, really part of Magnus's arsenal, but why is he thinking? What is he thinking about at this early stage?
I'm as surprised as you are. And while Magnus thinks, let's remind everyone the switch up. The losers bracket is a best of two. The winners bracket is a best of four. This is the first game. Magnus perhaps just trying to think about what kind of opening structure he wants. Now, to my knowledge, David, D3 is not the most topical move. Very often, white goes knight F3, wants to strike in the center with D4. Magnus took his time. Is this what he calls the anti-young player chess?
I would say so. It's just taking the opponent out of the book, giving them a lot of choice, giving them strategic questions. Like you say, it's not one of the main moves. Actually, I'm going to eat my words. This isn't the English opening. This is the Sicilian defense, just with colours reversed. And White has an extra tempo, having started the game first. So, Magnus, he's hoping that Denis, who isn't a 1e4 player, who doesn't play Sicilians on the opposite side, he's hoping he's a bit uncomfortable. So Black has gone for what we would call an open Sicilian here. It's just kind of trading off pawns in the center. White's going for what we would call the Sicilian dragon setup with the beautiful bishop on g2. And the game will now proceed very, very quickly. Look at that bishop, a real sniper. So many targets on that diagonal. But Denis has reacted almost instantly since this small surprise. I've got to say, Robert, really impressive speed and confidence from the youngster.
Impressive from Denis, surprising from Magnus. I'm not sure what he's thinking about on each and every turn. This is a standard looking position, but from colors reversed. And I would imagine, and he finally does play knight to f3, that would be the most logical continuation. To the left of our board, we see the win percentages in high-level games stemming from this opening. And White does have a slight lead, but many of these games are drawn. And that's what Denis Lazovic is known for. It sounds weird to say, oh, that kid is known for drawing, but really, he just doesn't lose very often. It doesn't matter who he's facing. It doesn't matter what color he has. He rarely loses games of chess, and that includes over-the-board tournaments at the highest level. It includes the Champions Chess Tour, Title Tuesday. He is super solid, and this is anything but solid from Magnus. Knight to g5. I mean, he's playing some offbeat KG chess, and if I'm Denis, I think I just occupy the center. I think I might want to bring my knight up to d4. There are oftentimes tricks available if White isn't careful on this e2 square. So I think that Magnus, he's just trying to catch Denis off guard. But Tanya, this is still stable stuff from the 17-year-old.
And that's what he's known for, stable chess. We've seen him, we've seen his games. Very few times you'd see Denis make some decisions that leave him with a long-term weakness. He really likes to play these strategic fights. To me, it was really fascinating what you said earlier when Magnus went into an early think, that he's just trying to think where can he go where Denis might not be too familiar. And he takes this reverse Sicilian setup, up a move, simply because Denis is not an e4 player himself. So perhaps trying to get him into waters where Denis might not be too familiar, but I like the speed with which he's played. I like the fact that Denis has kept a position which doesn't have weaknesses. Eventually, we might even see a light square bishop trade. It wasn't possible on the previous move because the knight on d5 was hanging. But if Black is able to trade off that e6 bishop for the g2 bishop, very often Black solves all opening problems because the one trump that Magnus has in this position is the bishop pair, Robert.
Yes, this bishop on d2, that's supposed to be a beneficial piece, but there aren't useful diagonals to work with. It's staring into its own knight. There are actually no accessible squares along the diagonal, as I'm putting them all in red, because Black controls all of them. So far, it's been a stable game for both of these players, and Magnus, as David said, I think he really called this correctly. He's just trying to get a bit of a longer game and outplay Denis later on, and we already can see that with a semi-open c-file, there is some valuable terrain in front of this rook, especially if this knight moves out the way. David, what do you make of this move a5? I think it's clear that's why Denis has f-rook to d8, but do you like the setup that he is opting for?
I think it's very sound. As Tanya mentioned there, Denis has limited experience in this pawn structure. And often if a player, I know the viewers at home might be thinking this as well, if you play a new opening, if you're forced into new ground, it takes a while to figure out where to put the pieces, but he's defending everything here, Denis. He's going for centralization. The white queen, the black queen, the black knights, the black bishop, all really well placed. Can't fault those. And now he's employing Magnus's favorite thing against him, pushing rook's pawns, just gaining space on the flanks. It always looks mysterious. It always looks like it's playing on kind of an irrelevant side of the board, but pawn to a5, if that black pawn pushes further later on, could become a real battering ram. It kind of takes away some of White's major plans on the queen side. White normally would want to push pawns a3, b4. So, I think Denis has handled this really well. It hasn't cost him that much time on the clock. He's still within his comfort zone, got everything covered. Like you were both saying, he's just this immovable object. Denis the conqueror? No, it's Denis the invincible. As long as he doesn't lose, he's happy. So, I think in terms of objective evaluation, he's solved all his problems. He's totally fine as black. It's just about later in the game whether he can kind of maintain that composure when Magnus inevitably does start to ask some difficult questions, starting with this move, queen to a4. Robert, a bit tactically here, suspect a queen on a4 often, but here it looks like it's fine for white.
Yeah, typically, you take advantage of a queen over here on a4 with tactics along the diagonal. Loose pieces drop off. You always have to consider what happens if the piece in between hops out the way. I want to show a very quick variation. So let's bring up the analysis board because some players might be looking for tactics on this diagonal. But knight takes c3, removing the guard of the queen. After b takes c3, let's say you hop in with the knight to d4. I thought the evaluation would go all the way up in white's favor, but apparently it's not that bad. Knight takes e2, check, intermezzo was the point. The king slides to the corner. Rook takes d7. I thought that this knight was just trapped on e2, and it does look trapped. But amazingly, this is ridiculous. The move that black has here is bishop to c4. To see this, and then to properly assess, I get it that you can't take the bishop because the bishop on d2 is loose, but to consider this position here, where at the end of things, white has two bishops for a rook, and apparently it's just level. This is a rook and two pawns for two bishops. Yeah, it's a mess. But Denis, maybe if he calculates this deep, he could go for this variation. I thought it was impossible, but clearly there is a lot that's going on here that does not immediately catch the eye.
But very often, Robert, it's not just about calculating these kind of variations, but also evaluating that final position as something that you want on the board, which can be very challenging. Because to me, looking at that two bishop versus rook, sure, the computer might say it's level, but from a human perspective, you're never really sure because the bishops can be super strong against the rook. So it's also something that perhaps Denis isn't forced to go, so he's trying to think of many, many different options. It's the kind of position where chess is a complicated game. You can have different approaches, different plans. We see the move queen to a4, and Denis needs to think what pieces to trade. Maybe he trades, maybe he doesn't, maybe he sidesteps with the queen, but he's taking his time right now. David, what would be your approach with black in this position?
I think I wouldn't go for that line just because I'd probably be too lazy to calculate in a rapid game, but also partly because, as Robert said, it's so difficult to evaluate. And wow, Denis, he's just traded off the knight, I believe. Knight takes knight. We're heading in that direction. Denis, he's so good strategically for such a young player, really mature, his kind of decision-making, his endgame skills, but also very sharp in terms of tactics. So I wouldn't have been surprised if he did play knight d4, but this is the justification. He didn't need to enter those murky waters. It's not his character. He just wants to trade off light square bishops, as you pointed out, Tanya, and he's doing it in a different fashion, but probably equally effective. White doesn't really want to run away or block this light square bishop trade because that would really hamper the activity of white's bishops. I think Denis has made a good decision. And if we're left with just queen and knight versus queen and bishop, as we've kind of touched upon before, that dynamic can favor the side with the knight. So yeah, again, it cost him a lot of time, 2-3 minutes, Denis. But as we've come to expect from him, Robert, always a sound positional decision from him.
And speaking of, well, unsound positional decisions, pawn to f3 from Magnus. The evaluation bar doesn't really budge. So objectively, this is a good call. I actually think practically it is too, because black had a clear plan. Let's trade bishops. I do want to point out that the tactic I was noting before knight d4 can always be met by queen to d1 to defend that loose pawn on e2. Here, you could successfully trade queens, but I just want to note that that was not a forced variation. But after f3, there isn't anything forced for black. Now Denis has to make another difficult decision. And what is the actual plan? Tanya, I'm appreciating this move from Magnus. He is just keeping everything under control on his end and saying to Denis, what are you going to do? I have the bishop pair, and in the long run, the bishops may flex their might on the diagonals.
Keeping more tension on the board. If the bishops are traded off, it really helps black in the position. The knight better than that bishop. It just makes things so much easier. f3, eventually, black needs to take a decision because black's bishop on d5 isn't very stable. It can be kicked out. It might even fall back. Maybe f3 is a move that Denis actually provoked to block that bishop. But look at that last move by Denis. He clears up another square on c6 for his own bishop. He really wants to keep it on this diagonal, making sure that he can neutralize the bishop pair that white has. I saw the eval bar. It did not approve of this queen trade, but from a human perspective, it looks like a very practical choice to make, David.
Yeah, it makes sense getting the queens off. It simplifies things somewhat, but this is kind of Magnus playing anti-young player chess. You mentioned it, that phrase, Tanya. While I was off camera, I quickly got out the Oxford Dictionary. I checked what that meant, and it's pretty much getting the queens off. Don't allow your young opponent any fun and any activity. You take the long-term advantages. Here, Magnus has the bishop pair we've talked about, and also the extra central pawn. And with all of those small imbalances, you try to tire out your young opponents. And of course, Denis is no ordinary youngster. It's no guarantee that it will work. But I think this is Magnus again, as Robert mentioned, just kind of asking small questions. Later, he'll again start creating threats, start pushing the white pawns. Which pawns will he push? Who knows? Denis isn't sure either. So Denis will have to burn time watching out for moves like f4 in the near future. And I don't really like the fact that you traded queens. Yes, it made things more simple, but remember, bishop pairs gain in power the longer the game goes on, the more the board clears up. So this endgame, I would think, against anyone in the world, it would be a bit more one-sided. Magnus is on the white side, but yeah, Denis, if he proves yet again, as he has done this whole week, that he can hang in these tight endgames against the world's best, then he will deserve this result. F7, what do we think of that, Robert?
I like that move from Denis. At some moment, he can consider bringing his bishop back to d7. And f4, that's the big idea for Magnus, creating a pawn break. But perhaps Denis won't allow the pure break and will push himself to e4, just trying to ask questions to White's pawn structure. So far, there hasn't been pieces staring at one another. We're just seeing some maneuvering, but I do still think that White's plans are easier, and it's in part because there are more pawns for White in the center. We see 2 pawns for White, one on d3, one on e2, just one for Black, and we have lovely pawn chains. For Black, the pawns are a bit scattered, and I do think that at some point, White will play f4. You just have to time it correctly and meet e4 with d4. So Tanya, I think that Magnus, he's in a quintessential Magnus position.
You've put it really well. And I don't think there's anything scarier than playing Magnus in these kind of endgames where mere mortals like us might be like this, eventually will fizzle out into a draw. One of the minor pieces might get traded off. No weaknesses for Black. Magnus Carlsen is already smelling blood here. He's got the bishop pair. He's looking long term. He's placed his rook in b1, f4 always in the air. Although the last move by Denis, I like it. He puts that pawn on b6. You want to place as many pawns on the dark squares to limit the activity of that dark squared bishop that Magnus has, because that's the bishop that Denis is lacking in the position. He's moved the h-pawn. I won't be surprised if you might see g5 on the board as well, trying to restrict that f4 break that you were earlier alluding to, Robert. It's far from over, but playing against Magnus, this can be a terrifying position, David.
Yeah, for sure. This position actually did appear on page 83 of Grind Like a Grandmaster, so Magnus has studied it before. And pawn to f4. Robert, it's this big question, what to do. Black has to break the beautiful pawn chain that Black has from g7 to e5. You have to make a decision now to block it, lock it, or just try to, I was about to say maintain the status quo, but you can't. He does indeed push his pawn forward. What do you make of these changes in structure?
Well, I do like how quickly Denis is responding. He is trying to control the light square. So if the bishops had been traded, then that knight would have just hopped into f5. But for now, that knight on e7 is a bit restricted. Pieces fighting for the same squares. I won't be surprised if Magnus uses his king, but don't rush a decision like that, because at some moment, Black can strike, pushing his e-pawn forward. But if this white king, I'm just going to teleport it on over to e3. This is a problem for Black in many of these positions. I'm just, hovering the king over the square. I'm blockading. I'm putting pressure on your e4 pawn. So this e4 pawn, the main point, is overextended. Tanya, I still don't see easy plans for Denis. He's shuffling back and forth. The engine isn't suggesting it's a winning advantage for Magnus, nothing of the sort. But his moves are just always easier to play.
I think Denis just has to wait right now. He has to keep shuffling with the rooks, like you mentioned, keep the position as is, and let Magnus show what is his improving technique here. He plays the move e3, so making sure that Black doesn't have that e-pawn push anymore, which at the right time would have activated that bishop, gets the other rook into the game. To me, it's really impressive, the speed with which Denis is responding, a position that's slightly passive for him. Because for Magnus, he's playing not only the board, but also Denis's clock. So Dennis needs to make sure that he has those extra seconds, that extra minute, when those critical decisions will have to be made. And they will come when you'll have to decide which pawns to trade, which pawns to push in this position. Do you ever want to make a move like G5? Do you just want to stay still? So there are some big decisions ahead on the road for Dennis. I like his speed. David, how do you think, you know Magnus best, what do you think is going on in his mind right now? How does he see this being played out?
Magnus is just calculating. I think he's turned off the emotions here. It feels like Magnus has upped his game from yesterday, where there was a bit of inconsistency. There are a few slip-ups here and there. He's just gone back to basics. Magnus kind of 1.0, the Magnus who first broke onto the scene, where it's just about grinding himself and kind of, look at this, pawn to c5 now, undermining Black's stronghold on the queen side. I think this is Magnus zeroing in. You mentioned being impressed by Denis' speed, Tanya. I was too. But suddenly, I look at the clock, and he's a minute and a half down. Suddenly, the Black queen side on the verge of collapse. So, yeah, it feels like Magnus is, again, keeping things simple. Rook to b2 there, just covering the a2 pawn. Soon the white light squared bishop will come into the game. There we go. It reroutes itself. And, yeah, I've got to say, I'm very biased towards the white position right now. It looks like Black is just really tied up defending everything and no active plans. But the breakthrough is, who knows? Magnus and Denis both know better than I do, but right now it does look like White's advantage only growing kind of incrementally, step by step, Robert.
Every single move. And this pawn on a5 is just such a problem piece for Black to deal with. If this pawn were back on a7, you'd feel like you had a healthier structure. For now, the knight on c8 can't easily get out because you might drop the b6 pawn. You don't want to take on c5, because then a5 will drop. So here it's about making that incremental progress that we're talking about. A bishop to e2 at some moment to also play g4, further expansion. But if you start trading pawns, it gives the Black rooks some files. So I love the way Magnus continues to play. His rooks have chance. I don't care about that question mark. Get out of here with that. That's not a question mark move. And I don't even know what Black should do to respond. It says Black's best move here. Yeah, it was going to be played. Knight to e7, giving away this b6 pawn. So if that's the way to get out of it, you're not finding that as a human with 1 minute and 15 seconds on your clock. Magnus is doing everything right, in my opinion. He controls this board.
Look at that last move, pawn to a3. He's in zero rush at all. Again, instructive for everyone at home. When you have a long-term advantage, when there's no immediate threats from your opponent, you don't need to rush, just slowly improve. He's freed up that white rook on b2. Now it will no longer be tied down to that pawn. As Robert mentioned, at some point he might even play king to g2 to defend the white h3 pawn, kind of let the light squared bishop loose to start playing. And Denis, every single move he's asked with a question, what are you doing? How do you improve? Black cannot improve his position, cannot create any threats, and that burns time on the clock. Look at this, 30 seconds. Tanya, the time situation, it looked under control, but suddenly no longer.
It's always so impressive how easy Magnus makes these endgames look. He has this unique ability to combine all these different aspects in the position. He first advances on the king side, gains the space, slowly improves the king, puts the rooks on the correct files, which potentially long-term can open up, so they're ideally placed. Meanwhile, Black's rook doubled on the D line, but they're undermined by that D4 pawn. The bishop's coming into play, small moves like a3, forcing Denis to make a move, which is much harder when you lack spaces. And for Magnus Carlsen, it just feels like the Magnus magic when it comes to these endgames. And look at him on the camera. He looks so incredibly confident. And now Denis has to hold this position with just 20 seconds on the clock.
Complete control from Magnus Carlsen. Every single little move, a pawn push to get off the diagonal. And by the way, Denis is getting really low on time, and that's when mistakes happen. Advantage growing, and bishop e2, a correct response, keeping that king frozen, opening the C and B files. But where is the knockout? There must be something here, or at least in the near future, as Denis is under 10 seconds, David.
And there we go. Magnus opens up a second front of attack. He's already probed away on Black's left flank. Now he's switching focus and hoping to overwhelm the Black army. And wow, every move, suddenly it's kingside, then queenside, kingside and queenside. And there we go. Rook to c6. He's infiltrated enemy lines. He's into the 6th rank. That Black knight is so sad right now. Denis's time situation is sad as well. 8 seconds left. It's on the brink of collapse. As you say, Robert, still yet to kind of click that domino, flick it, and for everything to start toppling. But Magnus is looking for the breakthrough. And yeah, here, there's so many tempting moves right now for White.
A lot of tempting moves. And it's also so instructive how Magnus kept improving his position, made these small moves, and only went for the g4 break when Denis was down to seconds, because it's such a difficult move to respond to. And he might give a check on c4 right now. I don't believe you can fall back with the bishop. I'm already looking at ideas like the d pawn moving forward, and that would have been tactics that would have worked in Magnus's favor. It just looks like Black's pieces are losing harmony right now. The rook is active, the knight on c8. There has to be something really strong right now. Can White start thinking about advancing the d pawn? Does he put pressure on the c8 knight? What's the move here?
Too many good options. I'm actually not sure, and nor is Magnus, and that's why he's doing the right thing. He's slowing down. He pushes his pawn to d5. It opens up a diagonal for the dark square bishop. But look at Denis. He is hanging in there. He may have 7 seconds left, but his last few moves have been solid. Magnus is like, how do I actually win this game? Because if Denis gets his knight out, watch out. I mean, suddenly this becomes a bit messy, and White's king is feeling a little bit lonely. There could be checks against it and things of that nature.
Denis, he's so resourceful. Wow, Magnus sacrifices the exchange. I was about to say Denis nearly never loses because he defends better than most players in the world. And suddenly he's given up another pawn on the a5 square. Magnus's d pawn looks huge. He played that last move with 3 seconds left, Denis. It might be the crunch of time trouble here. A pin? He needs to react. He defends his bishop. Magnus's bishops are going to become monsters. There we go. Another pawn drops. It's bishop and 2 pawns for the rook and a check. Has Magnus seized it now? Denis shaking his head. Robert, he's on the brink.
Yes, a win for Magnus Carlsen, resignation, but it was time that did Denis Lazovic in. You see the last move, a brilliant one, giving up his rook for bishop because the other rook was threatened. But look at Magnus, quickly turns off his camera. He wants a little bit of a break. And for Denis Lazovic, there are no breaks. You're playing Magnus Carlsen in a best of 4 match. The first of 2.5 wins, and Magnus Carlsen gets game 1. Denis Lazovic has to score a win. He can't just draw out anymore.
I think Denis is just sitting there trying to think what went wrong, because it's that kind of a game that you see from start to finish and you can't even point out where did it all go so wrong for Black. Magnus just seemed to outplay him move by move, slowly converting. Another Magnus masterpiece in the endgame. David, that one, a true piece, but grind like a grandmaster.
Magnus got the job done in the end, but it got a bit shaky. Denis did get his chances towards the end, so we have to credit the youngster there for defending tenaciously, not panicking. Ultimately, though, it was the combined psychological pressure of facing Magnus. It was the board, it was the clock, and that was close. I actually thought suddenly we would see a turnaround there, and now it's just about how Denis recovers. That was his first loss of the whole of Division I so far. Only his second of the Chessable Masters if we count the play-ins. So Denis, he's pretty much in new terrain, new territory. Great fight from him, but when you're playing the world number 1, tough. Magnus looked ruthless there. Robert, what do you make of the second game? Denis with White, he's known to be strong.
He's known to be strong, but Magnus Carlsen is known to be the strongest. So for Denis Lazovic, he was in a worse spot. Magnus showed tremendous restraint, and then he kind of bullet chest him where Magnus had too much time. So Denis Lazovic, he trots out his typical stuff. And perhaps one of the issues for Denis is because he's such a solid player, he doesn't go off the beaten path, and he needs to take some risks. David, you talked about it a lot yesterday from Fedoseev's perspective. To beat Magnus Carlsen, you don't want to just play with a slight little advantage and hope that Magnus goes wrong. You have to ask him really difficult questions. Do you think this opening is actually one that Magnus is scared of in the least?
Not yet. Denis might have to add some spice in the near future. I've been lucky enough to play Magnus in hundreds of Blitz games, and as you mentioned just there, the only way that he ever goes wrong is if it's a totally irrational position where all of us go wrong. He is human, but if you give him a positional advantage like we saw in that previous game, he's unstoppable, Magnus Carlsen. So here, Denis, he's going on the attack. That white knight jump attacked the black dark square bishop. This came from a semi-Slav defense. Now a trade of bishops. Ooh, Magnus looks well prepared because he's kicking the white knight back. It's isolated queen pawn territory now, and black offering a trade of bishops. Long term, it would, at least conventional wisdom would say that white is better, but Magnus has clearly studied this before, Tanya. Another d4 opening. What do you make of the outcome here?
I'm just amazed with the speed with which the players are playing. I'm not familiar with this particular, this exact position. Bishop g4. Usually they say that when you've got the isolated queen's pawn, you should avoid trades. But I think the reason that Magnus is going for bishop g4 is because white is still behind in development. And actually taking that bishop in g4 would have allowed black's knight to jump forward and potentially the queen to come out into activity really quickly. Magnus seems to know exactly what he's doing in this position. And while d5 is a long-term weakness, now with provoking f3, e3 also becomes a tender spot in white's position.
That's absolutely correct. And Magnus, when Denis Lazic played f3, he was kind of like, this looks a bit odd to me, but I think he respected it because instead of just trading off pieces, it shows that Denis is trying to fight. But the problem here in this position as Denis, he retreats his knight, a defensive move, is that you need to find a square to hop into. You need to find a target to exploit. Normally the d5 pawn would be the issue, but black's one knight covers it and white can't easily increase the attack against it. So I love the way that Magnus has handled it. I think he could slide his rook to c8 as well to force this queen off of the open line. But for both of these players, it's going to be about who comes up with the better plan, because I think most of their pieces are optimally placed at the moment, at least.
And Denis, as we mentioned, fell to defeat in that previous game, but he's really raced out of the traps here. He's still got 9 minutes 20. He's made some big decisions, the youngster. I'm going to say impressive composure to just recover so quickly, to not go into any long thinks early in the game. Trademark move there from Magnus Carlsen. Again, mysterious rook's pawn push, gaining space, stopping white from gaining kind of territory on that side of the board. Watch out for that h-pawn to play a role a bit later. It always seems to when it's Magnus Carlsen. But in the meantime, Denis, I think in terms of a long game here, which is pretty much guaranteed to be, he would love to trade off the queens as white. He would love to maybe trade off a set or two of rooks and slowly but surely try to improve the white pieces. It's all about one problem piece. One bad piece makes a whole position bad, they say, and white's knight on f1 not making a great impression right now. But yeah, it's still anyone's game. It's still a long way to go. At least, Tanya, compared to the previous game, Denis doesn't have long-term issues here to worry about.
Yeah, but he might have short-term issues to worry about with the h-pawn moving forward. Now black taking control of the c-file. We might even see a potential idea. You said these are Magnus's thematic moves of trying to go trademark moves. Maybe we might even see an a5, a4 at some point, trying to undermine queenside. Last game, we saw him play on the king side and the queen side, controlling the board. But right now, it looks like Magnus just wants to trade off as many pieces. Now, traditional wisdom is that, again, the more pieces that get traded off, the side that's playing against the isolated queen's pawn, white in this case, it favors white. Why is Magnus so happy to trade these pieces off, Robert, in this particular position?
It's because he can't, and he being Denis, can't put the pawn back on f2, and that's why his king went out here. That a pawn's best friend is another pawn. You want to keep little pawn chains here and there so that you don't have to use more valuable pieces to defend them. The knight on f1, that's not where it really wants to be. It's defending this pawn on e3, but the king jumps out to f2. I like your idea, Tanya. a5. Play a4. Just create a pawn break on the other flank because there's a lot of tension in the center and you can start trading pieces there, but white does have control of that open file. And okay, Magnus, he plays h5, he plays a5. He is playing perfect chess in this game. I know Denis is playing well too, but normally we talk about white pressing for an advantage. I don't feel like Denis has anything that he can strike at, and so Magnus, he's really handling this perfectly.
You know what I find the most annoying thing in chess, guys? It's knowing Magnus's style, knowing what he's going to play, but somehow not being able to replicate his results, his success. It's crazy. We knew h5 was coming. We knew a5 was coming. Probably Denis knew it too, but what do you do against it? It's just the timing. It's just the sense, the feeling. Yeah, Magnus, he's got ideas like pawn to a4, just disrupting white over there. Queen to b4 even at some point might be in a factor. Trading off queens on black's terms, and the central tension, why break it? Why kind of make things more simple here for Denis? Denis now going into a longer think because it's so tense, and that is psychologically tough when you're facing a juggernaut like Magnus. So I think I get the impression at least that we're slightly favouring black's chances, or at least the trend for black. But Denis, he needs to somehow make his mark. I think most importantly, he needs to not lose this game. Just even a draw wouldn't be the worst result. Gain a bit of confidence against Magnus, but a tough spot for the youngster right now.
Absolutely. And Dennis, we've been so full of praise of his style, which predominantly is extremely strong positional strategic understanding. But when you're playing against Magnus, we've often seen, we saw it at the AI Cup when Maxime did it. He beat Magnus twice in the grand final to take it. That very often you need to create these messy, chaotic, complicated positions. And I think that is just something that's not intuitively Dennis's style. And then how do you outplay a player like Magnus or try to create chances in a positional battle? We saw the same narrative in game one, these slow moves by White when Magnus played, just slowly improving position. And you didn't even understand where it all went wrong for Dennis. And I'm getting that same exact feeling in this one. H5, A5, not sure where White went wrong, but I'm liking Black's position already.
I don't think that White went wrong really at all. I think that F3 move did catch Magnus by surprise because it gave Magnus a target to look at. But the way Magnus plays in positions like this, it's tremendous understanding that H5, it didn't necessarily carry this punch to it. You think H5, you're going for an Alpha Zero like attack, go checkmate, something like that. No, it's restricting White. David made this point earlier that in many of these positions, White likes to expand because the White King is actually quite safe out in the open to play a move like G4, unavailable. This move A5, is he going to play A4 or is he just trying to give his knight a square of safety on B4, maybe even Queen B4 at some point? Because when you trade and take back with the pawn, this rook can slide to an open file. I know these are some deeper concepts, but Magnus Carlsen truly understands the ins and outs of these positions. And here's another example. You could take with his bishop on C6, you could take with the pawn on C6. He takes with the pawn, which I do think is the best play, but it changes the dynamic where now the isolated pawn is on A5, there's a backward pawn on C6, and now queen trade is on offer. David, are you swapping queens here if you're Magnus, or are you going to avoid that for now?
The swap. And Magnus takes. I'm actually surprised. I was actually going to say the opposite. Here, it felt like White's king potentially slightly more vulnerable than its counterpart. So keeping queens on in that regard tends to favor you. Potential attacking chances. But Magnus, he's at least guaranteed that both sides have 3 pawn islands here. Not only does Black have an isolated pawn on A5, but White's central pawn on D4 now lacking any real support. So I'm surprised purely in the fact that White has outposts now, like the rook on C5, but ultimately it's just the fact that the White knight is so bad that I think Magnus can get away with this, and he's confident that he will at least hold the ensuing endgame. I'm still very surprised. It shows that Magnus doesn't necessarily want to win this game. I think he's happy now to try and guide this towards safety, guide it towards a draw. But ultimately, yeah, a sound decision. That was a matter of taste. And Magnus maybe just wants to hold this one, strike with White yet again in the next game. Tanya, do you see Denis potentially winning this someday? Does he have any chances at all?
I think it would be really impressive if Denis is just able to stop the bleeding. I think this is still a very level position. The reason I say that is because there's always this counterplay on the queen side with A4 at the right moment. Right now, Magnus has lined it up with rook B8, and I think he has A4 in his mind because it looks like a pawn sacrifice, but taking that pawn, it's only temporary. Black can even start attacking it with rook 8, but also get super active with the move rook to B2 that you're pointing out. So with this queen side looking like it's going to be neutralized, it's going to be liquidated, I think draw is the most likely a result. What do you think, Robert?
I never trust anybody to draw against Magnus Carlsen in an endgame. I'm serious. The amount of times we've seen him win that look like unwinnable positions, everyone else would have agreed to a draw. Dozens of moves earlier, he outlasts his opponent. And the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. Here I see a very simple pawn break from the black side. I don't see the same from White. Yes, I can create some pawn tension, with pawn to G4, but after a swap of pawns, you're just giving Black some key squares in the center of the board. So A4 is actually a big threat. Rook B4 at some moment can also be annoying. As David pointed out, White has an isolated pawn to take care of. So what next for Denis Lazovic as he dips under 3 minutes? He is the one in immense time trouble. I don't think Magnus is playing this for a draw. I think he is looking for those chances, and A4 is certainly a big one.
And the clock, you mentioned it there, Robert, it really reflects the ease of plans, not just in end games, in openings, middle games. Often the top players, they don't necessarily look for an advantage the computer says is plus 0.4, 0.5. They would rather take a position that is level, but their plans are straightforward, easy. You've been pointing out pawn to a4, rook to b4. Black's king is coming. If you need on autopilot, Black's king has come to e7, d6. What is White doing in the meantime? Denis is yet to figure it out. I don't see any obvious moves either. 2 minutes now against almost 8. Yeah, Magnus will definitely get ambitious if this trend continues. Rook to c5, forcing Black's reply, but now a4 even more tempting within the next few moves. Denis really needs to pick up the pace. Maybe the nerves now, this huge occasion, is getting to him, Tanya.
We started this with 10 minutes as base time. Magnus is at 7 minutes and 57 seconds. The clock situation says everything that needs to be said about this. Denis is on the defense in this one, and Magnus is going to play this out till the end. Denis still has to earn the draw. And I was a lot more hopeful about that draw just a couple of minutes ago, but after seeing the clock situation, I agree with both of you. I think Magnus is ambitious in this one.
There's been nothing flashy about this game. You just saw the scorecard beneath the players is saying that there were no brilliant moves. There were no really moves deserving exclamation points just because it's been an even battle. You see the accuracy, 99.1 for Magnus Carlsen and not too shabby, 98.7 from Denis Lazovic. The problem for Denis is it's taking him a lot of time to play nearly perfect chess. For Magnus, his moves now are more natural, and he's been playing the start of this game extremely quickly. So look at every turn from Magnus. The knight on f6, dominated by a pawn on f3. Let's reroute that pony. Here comes the knight. Where's it going? Knight d6? Maybe knight c7 to e6. Here it comes. Watch out for the isolated d-pawn. I am worried about Denis Lazovic's position. He's doing a great job of keeping up the accuracy, but the way Magnus is playing and the speed with which he's playing, and look at his face. He just doesn't look bothered. He's just like, okay, and there's another endgame. I'm going to get this one. David, he's grinding like a grandmaster if I've ever seen someone do it.
Exactly. He's just improving every single move. Those black pieces are getting better and better. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays the move pawn to g6 now, just to cut out any jumps to the f5 square. There we go, on the board. This is just typical Magnus. He's not playing complicated moves. Anyone's capable of playing these moves given a bit of time, but he's just doing it confidently, quickly. And I've read an interview recently about his World Rapid Championship triumphs and why he's so successful over the other players. He said he admits it's because he's able to maintain kind of this tempo, and he kind of trusts his instincts. He knows when to switch the pace, when to start improving, just to kind of go through this maneuvering phase, and then switch to start hustling the opponent. And I'm waiting for that moment to start. Now, 45 seconds against 7 minutes 30. He's going to start creating threats in the near future. Trust me, Magnus. And it's just about whether Denis can keep reacting. He's held everything together so far. Still great accuracy, 98.3, but it's only going to get more difficult with every single move. Tanya, it feels like it's all in Black's favor. White's pieces are not better than they were 5-6 moves ago. Magnus's certainly are.
So instructive the way Magnus has played this one out. And once again, the break will come. It might be a4, might be something on the king side. It will come. And it will be when Denis is down on the clock playing 2 seconds, forcing him to take a critical decision when he's got no time on the clock. And there it is. With 30 seconds on the clock, Denis Lazovic needs to decide what to do in an extremely difficult endgame. Look at Magnus's clock, 7 minutes to boot. Once again, a masterclass on endgame by Magnus Carlsen.
And perfect defense so far from Denis Lazovic, but perfect can be the enemy of the good. He does not have time to continue calculating here. He's brought his king and his bishop to the defense of the b-pawn. At some point, watch out for a move like c5, springing free. That one-time isolated pawn, it may be isolated once again, but that's also a passed pawn. So Denis has some tactics to look out for. He has some positional weaknesses, but he is doing the right thing. So credit to the youngster. I would have collapsed moves ago. He is hanging in tough in the evaluation bar. It's not budging because he's playing accurately. Well done, but the challenge continues because Magnus, hey, he's Magnus.
Denis, yeah, I was raving about Magnus's endgame play. Denis, he's great in this department. I think that's why we're so amazed by him, why he's been so successful, especially in these time formats, Rapid and Blitz, because he's got such good instincts. Even with 20 seconds on the clock now, he's finding the right squares for his pieces. He's not allowed his weaknesses to be attacked too easily. he's holding everything together. And actually, if there is a trade of pawns on the b3 square, which is very likely, white will potentially be left with a passed a pawn. He's got chances of his own. So Denis, he's been doing the right thing. Magnus now using his time advantage by pausing, sensing a critical moment. Again, another trait of a top player. And it's just about whether he can continue to probe away and kind of trick Denis potentially in the near future. The way this is going, it is Black asking the questions, but Denis has all the answers. So yeah, just high quality chess. There we go. A trade of pawns and the bishop recaptures. Magnus setting traps. Look at this. A loose white knight, loose pieces drop off. Denis under 20 seconds. He's got to react now. Ooh, Tanya is hanging by a thread already. Rook to e1. It looks a bit scary for white.
But tactically so sharp as well. Denis, he sensed it. He knew that there's an attack on the knight. Magnus immediately played rook e8, putting pressure on the clock. And Denis rightly replied by defending that knight on e3, placing his own rook on that e file. The pressure is on. And we've been talking about how Denis has been handling it so well, hasn't collapsed, while many of the top players would have by now, against Magnus especially. But the thing is that this is incremental. Slowly, the pressure builds on, move by move. It just gets more and more difficult to be accurate. I'm just going to be so impressed if Denis manages to hold this. He's already impressed all of us, but this will be to a whole different level if he manages to draw this one.
Well, you used the word incremental. It's fortunate for Denis Lazovic. There is increment in this game because he gains 2 seconds with every move that he plays. So if he can pre-move and play in 1 millisecond, then he will get time to rebuild on his clock as he's doing right now. Knight e3, it's given an exclamation point. I think it's the first one we've seen today. It was absolutely necessary. If a knight gets to f5, there is some trouble brewing on the white king side. So far, Magnus, he's going left, he's going right, he's bringing his rook to the center and all the way back, but he has not made any progress just yet. But for Denis, he needs to continue to find these accurate defenses. At some point, I think Magnus, he may strike with the c-pawn, but David, if you strike too soon, it can backfire.
Ooh, I'll be seeing a repetition.
Yeah, you said it there. The position, that was the second time we've seen that. Magnus plays for the win, though. If he brought his rook back to e8, we might have been on for a draw there. But no, it's like an exam for Denis. He's 17. He should be doing exams. He's being asked so many questions. Pawn to a4 there. He's stopping the black knight from activating with a check. Still 11 seconds. It feels like time's disappearing so much faster. Knight to e6 now. Magnus is just going round in circles, not actually doing too much, but every move there's a hidden idea that Denis has to react to. 11 seconds. Oof, we're going to keep talking about the clock because right now it is the most relevant factor. Look at this, Magnus opening a second front again, pawn to g5.
And once again, Magnus Carlsen brings the break when his opponent is down to seconds, has to take a decision. He's attacking the g3 pawn, but in return, he can simplify. He can take on h5. Give a check. Many ideas on the board. Can he actually just go?
Wow,
he
what
can't
a
go
find
rook takes
here.
pawn because of knight f5.
Yeah,
Sorry,
what
Robert.
a find by Denis. No, don't apologize. I think right now, Magnus, he might need to apologize for continuing to press because he may have tricked himself. Knight to e3, it protects the pawn tactically speaking. h5 can be captured. Now g3 can because the bishop covered f5. But is Denis Lazovic playing for a win?
Oh, the evaluation bar really went on white's side there, and Magnus reacted on the camera. What had he missed? Maybe Magnus realizing that bishop to a6 is simply going to be blocked. Now, trying to hit that white knight is going to be blocked by white's light square bishop, and Magnus has the weakest pawn of them all. Magnus's h5 pawn might just drop off. It's definitely Denis playing for the win, applying the pressure. He's a pawn up. He's a pawn up against the world number one. This has changed so quickly. Magnus needs to pull the break now and try to draw. It's not going to be easy, though. This is a check. Denis, 6 seconds left, but he's better.
But there are tricks on the board. The a4 pawn is hanging. I don't see a good way to defend that. And Denis going for black's king, trying to get active with his own knight. Knight f5 check coming in. First, Magnus grabs the pawn. The knight jumps in. The f7 pawn is a weakness and can be a big target. I think Denis can start aiming for more here.
This is going to be a bit of a pawn race because black can take d4, white takes f7, and it's even material, but we have 2 sets of 2 passed pawns, one for black in the center here with c6 and d5, and white will have f and g pawns. It's usually good to have outermost passed pawns because they're harder to track down, but this becomes anyone's contest, and the good news for Magnus Carlsen, as many fans, is he's got plenty of time. But for Denis Lazovic, what a speed demon he is.
I think everyone's becoming a Denis Lazovic fan, David. What incredible play by him, and he's going for it. He wants that pawn race. He wants to trade the d4 pawn for the f7 pawn. It's game on, David.
Game on. Look at this. The pawn race begins. Black snaps off a pawn. Black has two connected passes in the center, but White's F and G pawns will run super fast. Wherever the black rook goes next move, it has to move, has to save itself. White is going to snap off that pawn on f7. Yes, the evaluation bar says equal, but this is far from a dead drawn endgame. This is a 50-50, a total coin toss about who's going to be quicker here. White's pawns just push them. He gives a check first of all, Denis. Magnus hides. Maybe if White pushes forward, will Magnus snap that pawn off? I was going to say he could have taken it, forced a draw, but Magnus playing for the win. Denis under 10 seconds. Oh, Robert, I'm finding this so hard to predict. Every move, it feels like it could turn.
This featured chat right now is spot on. Denis is playing brilliantly. He is not going to bow down to the #1 rated player in the world. And this is a G-pawn that is running to the other side. And it's hard to stop. The black king is in the way of your own C-pawn. You would like to push the outermost passed pawn. So Magnus, and this isn't that simple. Sure, he can bring his king in, and that actually looks a bit worrisome. But I think this pawn on C6, can he grab Denis? Answers the question immediately because black's bishop's under attack.
Great spot, Denis Lazovic. He's basically secured himself safety now, and Black's bishop attack gives itself up for the highest price. We're seeing this fizzle out to a dead-drawn rook endgame now. Magnus, you can see on the camera, he knows no more winning chances. This is guaranteed to be a draw. Denis has fought Magnus toe-to-toe on Magnus's home territory and held the balance. We see the position repeat itself, and a draw.
Unbelievable. What a hold by Denis Lazovic. This is beyond impressive by the 17-year-old who played majority of the game under 20 seconds on pressure every single move, finding the resources. He's impressed us a lot of times. I have never been more impressed than I am right now with that draw against Magnus Carlsen. No amount of praise, Robert, is enough right now for Denis Lazovic.
That is certainly the case because normally we're shouting to the skies about wins and how great that tactic was. But that defense, oh goodness, you don't just find that on the streets. That is amazingly impressive. It's hard work, it's persistence, and that was 98% accuracy, most of which was done with under 20 seconds on the clock. So Denis Lazovic, he may be trailing right now, but Magnus Carlsen is looking at him like, wow, this guy does not break. He is a star. He's just 17 years old, and he was able to withstand all of that pressure. So, David, I don't know how he does it. That was seriously incredible.
That was, yes, another level. That was like seeing Magnus against mini Magnus. Not many people can fight Magnus in that type of position, let alone with 5-6 seconds on the clock. And I just wanted to praise Denis's calm composure at this moment. Here, after a lot of maneuvers, Magnus strikes out by playing the move pawn to g5. A lot of us would have panicked here after this move. For example, taking this pawn now would have ended really badly for White potentially. This is a big weakness. The g-pawn would have been a big weakness after the black rook swung. Instead, Denis found a nice resource. He did not capture this pawn. He brought his rook across, and yes, the computer might have been harsh about it, but it was this moment, not reacting to this pawn being attacked, not getting greedy and taking this black pawn, instead finding a knight jump, a knight fork, coming into f5. The pawn is untouchable, and a few moves later, we saw actually Denis start playing for the win, retreating his knight to guard this g-pawn, and as we saw in the game, Magnus's h-pawn doomed. Denis, for a while, was a pawn up, actually maybe had some small chances, but Magnus finally did pull the break. Denis went from struggling to maybe even slightly better with his expertise at handling that time situation. If he can play like that in the last two games, he has a shot. So impressive for such a young player.
And that is one of the hardest things to do in chess, is to switch your mindset. When you've been on the defense for the majority of the game, when you've been trying to hold your defenses and safeguard your position, but then you realize that an opportunity presents itself and you can try for more. Denis seized on it. He did not back down against Magnus Carlsen. He tried to win the position when he had the chance, and that's a champion's mindset. And completely agree with you, David. If he can keep this quality up, the match is far from over.
Feels like it's just heating up. We've had two games, Tanya. We're only at the halfway stage, but it feels like we've seen Denis level up. The first game difficult, but he really stepped up his game. And if he can keep doing that, as young players often do these days, then Magnus, beware.
Yeah, Magnus, beware. And we are up for a big fight as 2 more games are remaining. What a fantastic game too that was by Denis last week. One thing's clear, it's not going to be an easy one. He will do everything to bounce back. We'll be back with more from the Chessable Masters.
In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's 2 pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars made attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. Once again, gives a try to checkmate black's king. Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so white has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where white has very active pieces. Both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, and they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So white is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that white wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholars made in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think white got really nice play on the king side.
The 17-year-old Denis Lazovic has done what few players can do in the world. A difficult endgame against Magnus Carlsen, holding it with just seconds on the clock. Robert, what was the most impressive thing for you about the game that we just witnessed?
All of it. From Magnus Carlsen pressing and pressing, creating opportunities out of nowhere, to Denis Lazovic playing at 98% accuracy the whole way through despite being in time trouble. These two were very much even in that game, and you could see from the history of it, the trajectory, it never left the center point. It was equal the whole way. Denis Lazovic deserves a lot of credit for defending.
Just fantastic play by Denis, but he has to keep it going. It's game 3. Denis will have the black pieces. If Magnus wins, it's match over. And Robert, game 1 was a complete Magnus Carlsen show. Where do you see Denis switching it up? Are you expecting a new opening approach by Denis?
I think that Denis needs to play solidly in this game with the black pieces. I thought that his opening was absolutely fine, but then things went wrong after the queen trade. So for Denis, keep to what you know, and then with the white pieces, maybe then take some risks. And I mean, it's hard because you don't know what Magnus is going to play in any single game.
David, what do you think? What are you expecting from this big game 3 coming up? Because Denis has to keep things under control in this one.
Yeah, I'm expecting Magnus to minimize the risk. Magnus kind of historically, he wants to just kind of get a position where he can press, but pull the brake if he needs to. For Denis, it depends on his attitude. A lot of players are happy to just shut up shop, try to make a draw with black, take the take the pressure, the jeopardy to the final game where Denis would have white. We know how strong Denis is with white after that last battle. But easier said than done. You don't want to be passive. You don't want to play for a draw against Magnus. So actually, if Denis gets the opportunity, especially if Magnus freestyles like he did in that first game of the day, then I think Denis should play a bit more ambitiously in the opening, not necessarily try to trade off queens like we saw in that middle game earlier. In the meantime, repeat until this last move. It's the English opening, but a different branch this time. The 4 knights, and very similar with white fianchetting the bishop on g2, but Denis getting the black bishop to a much more active. Same, but different in this opening battle, Robert. And early days, but it looks like both players are well prepared.
Well, as you said, the bishop on c5, more active than it was in the previous game. For white, adopting a pretty similar setup. So Magnus liked what he saw. Of course, he liked the outcome of that first game with the win. And Tanya, I think really for Denis, the biggest thing is playing a bit faster. It's hard because you're playing the most accurate and strongest player, but you need to conserve some of that time. Otherwise, even if you get an even position, you may still collapse. So what do you make of this opening? Do you like Denis's play thus far? And do you like Magnus's decision to just slightly change the move order and the variation?
It was so convincing what happened in game 1. And that can also be psychologically difficult for a Denis because it's the same opening, but it's different side variation of it, a very similar structure that we see. And Denis is the one who has to switch it up. He plays Magnus's trademark move, as David has told us, with that a-pawn moving forward. The bishop was attacked, the bishop falls back. We're expecting a trade on e3, but this is interesting because whoever blinks with this tension, with the dark squared bishop, there are repercussions on the pawn structure. If white was to take on b6 right now, black ends up with a double pawn, but in return gets an open C line. Eventually will push that a pawn to a4 to undermine the 2 pawns b2, a3, which have created a weakness on the b3 square. Meanwhile, if black was to capture on e3, it would have resulted on a doubled e pawn. How would you react in this kind of a situation with this tension? Do you just keep it on or do you trade, David?
It's always a question of whether you can stand the tension. Magnus cannot. He trades. I was going to say try and wait, do it on your own terms, force the opponent to spend their move capturing. But of course, when changes of pawn structure are involved, kind of all bets are off. You have to examine the position for what it is. And Magnus, he's got a very specific idea here. He wants to go in with the white queen to b5 potentially and start attacking some weaknesses. Denis rubs his eyes there. I think finally both players are out of their opening preparation. And he has to figure out how to justify. He has to do it energetically, but he has to justify the compromised structure for black. You mentioned, Tanya, if the black B pawn starts moving, you're totally fine. But for now, that isn't possible. So yeah, it feels like it's in the balance. Evaluation bar says dead level, but a little bit of pressure, at least psychologically, on Denis. Bishop to d5, though, very quick idea, and kind of ruling out that motif I mentioned. Queen to b5 now would end up on a vulnerable square once the black bishop trades off for the white knight. Black's knight actually has a beautiful post in the middle of the board, and highlighted there, knight to d4. So beware, this is getting tactical, this is getting sharp, no longer the slow strategic struggle that we've seen actually in the first two games, I've got to say, Robert. Kind of similar characteristics in those first two games, but this one could come to life a bit more.
Yeah, now this last move, e3, it takes away the knight jump that you were referencing. The black knight wanted to step forward, but whenever you push a pawn, you leave a previously covered square behind, and d3, that's an eyesore in this position, because once the bishop moves out of the path, the d3 pawn can be captured. And look at Denis. He's not just grabbing a pawn because he can. It wasn't the computer accurate move. I'm going to take that question mark away if I can. I don't believe that's a question mark. I'm just going to say, you know what? The position is equal. You see what I did there? Equal position, and that is a perfectly good move, protecting your knight preemptively. And by doing so, you can now perhaps take on f3 under more favorable circumstances, because the series of trades may still be acceptable for black. So it's an even game, Tanya. I think that Denis, he has done everything right thus far, but these b pawns, that's the long-term issue.
Completely agreed. And I think that move by Magnus, placing the queen on a4, it's exactly why you want your queen. It stops the advance of both the a pawn and the b pawn from moving forward, trying to create some kind of weaknesses on the queen side. That last move, rook c3, defends the d3 pawn that you were earlier highlighting. White is also eyeing to get the rook from f1, double up on the c line, trying to get more control of the only open c file. That said, I think black's position is also really healthy. Yes, there's a double pawn on the b file, but the d3 weakness compensates for those double pawns.
Robert, yeah, highlighting that pawn. It's a key square. It's all about the pawn structure here. I think black needs to keep the queens on due to the compromised structure. But in the meantime, it's white with the first questions to answer. Magnus hesitating from playing the most natural move in the position, which I would say is rook f to c1, activating the white rook that's doing nothing, sitting at home next to its king. Team up, double up, why not? But something has made Magnus pause, and maybe it's to do with the fact that there are threats in the position. Black's bishop can slide back, attacking the white queen in the near future. White's d-pawn is weak. There might be hits against the white knight. I feel that that piece is slightly loose right now, and suddenly a lot of calculation to be done. And just if we compare this game, the time consumption due to compared to the previous game, Magnus, he doesn't look happy. Look on the camera, head in hands. The previous game, he was up 6 minutes at this point. Denis was down at 2 minutes. He had 8. He was loving life. Suddenly, the tables have turned. Far less one-way traffic. It feels like Denis has really gained so much confidence from that half point, from that earlier draw. And Magnus continuing to pause. Robert, do you smell danger here? What's he thinking about?
He's trying to figure out, what is his actual plan? Yes, rook to c1, that is the move I would play in bullet chess. I'd probably play in classical chess as well. But he's trying to figure out, where is my next plan coming from? Because let's say pretty much nothing happens. Well, how is white going to attack anything? I'm looking at some point to make a move like d4, as Magnus does double his rooks. I think that is the smart play. But as Tanya and you, David, were saying earlier, that if black can successfully play bishop c6 and start mobilizing the b pawn, I don't think that you're too unhappy about your position. So it's a game of nuance. It's a game of tempo. And for Magnus Carlsen, he properly assessed that he can successfully get his rooks in line with one another. And wow, Denis gives up the c file. Are you shocked by that at all, Tanya? Because he is playing natural-looking moves, but now the open file is white's.
I'm loving what Denis has done and the confidence with which he's playing this out. He trades one set of rooks, falls back with the bishop, because now there'll never be any problem of rook takes rook on the back rank. The knight on e7 doesn't need to keep that rook defended. The bishop on c6 blocks the open c line. And the point is, it's going to be black pawns on the queen side that are going to start pushing and try and create weakness. One set of pawns get traded, and the ones that you're drawing arrows on, if white is left with that b2 pawn, it becomes a clear target. And it will not be the only one. The principle of two weaknesses. White already has a weakness on d3. Denis trying to create another one. b4 is a threat that Magnus now has to watch out for. And I think the fact that he paused and took a think, Magnus isn't feeling very comfortable with his position anymore, David.
Not at all. Magnus is on the back foot. Look at this. Black is advancing. Black has a clear-cut plan. We talked about ease of play, how natural it is. Denis, he's going to push on the queen side. That's where he's stronger. That's where he has the pawn majority. Always play on the side where you have more pawns or where you have the strengths there. And Magnus, I think he's playing to equalize. He needs to try and figure out how to trade off pieces, how to get this game to safety. I loved the feature chat a moment ago where it was saying, Denis, he's mastered the clock. He's kind of controlling his time so much better. And this feature chat too, Denis's confidence through the roof. He's now up over a minute on the clock, and Magnus, no safety in sight. Robert, it feels like at the right moment, I'm not sure now or on the next few turns, he has to play a move like pawn to d4, try and trade off everything. Just try to bail out into a holdable endgame, Magnus, because if you get hit by b4, if you're still saddled with that weakness on d3, surely things will turn against him. Do you think Magnus, he's got safety on his mind?
I think he should have safety on his mind. And Magnus Carlsen, he looks at this position and say, I would probably prefer to have this from black because the ideas are more obvious. B4, trying to create a 2-on-1 situation, allowing yourself to have an outside pass pawn later on. It's very obvious. And for white, D4 doesn't actually carry a next move threat because of the pins along the D-file, and that's exactly why Magnus steps his queen on over to E1. B4, to my eyes, it feels automatic, but this E5 pawn is also loose. You'd prefer to take with the queen on B4 once the pawn trade happens, but with E5 hanging, this actually becomes quite a difficult decision. I like Magnus's last move. The evaluation bar stays where it is, maybe ever so slightly preferable for black, but a complicated struggle. So I'm looking at this really with a fresh set of eyes, and I think that both sides have their chances. Tanya, the one great thing for Denis, his clock. He is well ahead on time, doing much better than in the previous games.
The kids learn fast. And Robert, Denis realized in the first two games the amount of pressure on the board and the amount of pressure on the clock. You can't survive that in every game. He needs to keep the clock under control, which he has, and impressively enough, the position as well. Denis right now definitely has got all these ideas in his mind. He wants to make b4 work, but it's crucial. It's critical that he's able to recapture that pawn with his queen to put pressure on that second weakness that we were talking about, but he goes for it. Is he thinking about going queen takes pawn? Whoa! An intermezzo. He wants to capture it with a piece, jumps in with a knight, and I see both of you. You're as surprised as I am.
Brilliant move, just the vision, the kind of self-control, not to automatically recapture, to look for options. And what could be better than a hit on the opponent's rook here with a knight? And Magnus might have to take drastic measures. We saw Magnus shaking his head on the camera. He goes for it, sacrifices a rook for bishop, and Denis raises his eyebrows, double exclamation mark. Now it's Magnus smiling. What's happening here? Some mind games at work. Magnus knows that he has now been forced to sacrifice and gamble in a position where he's a point up in the match. Shaking his head. After this rook is captured, white will take a pawn on a5. White will have two pawns and a bishop for a rook, level material, but so many open lines, you would tend to think that a rook would thrive. Robert, it's suddenly got chaotic. Magnus, what do you make of his reaction?
He's just laughing, but I think he's laughing because he overlooked black's play, and then he felt fortunate that he had rook takes c6, because this does muddy the waters. Objectively, it was the best decision. We saw it given the brilliant move, glyph, and it was a brilliant decision, but I think it's because Denis Lazovic is the one posing the problems, and I love the way that Denis continues. c5, he is freezing white's pawns. They're not going to get connected. This knight can, in the near future, go to b4. Also, a6, unavailable to white because the queen is opened up along the 6th rank. So I do think Denis is playing the better game between these two. We see that the accuracy is about level, but the mistakes that have been made are worse on Magnus' side than whatever mistakes Denis might have played thus far. So the clock in Denis's favor. He has a rook to a bishop and a couple pawns, but those pawns are separated. I'm liking Denis's chances here, and Magnus, he has a lot to prove.
Just incredible stuff. He's up on the clock, but let's do a math count here. Denis has an exchange, but Magnus has two pawns. Magnus has two pawns on the bishop for a rook. So it's level so far, but exactly the pawn structure that you were alluding to, Robert, it creates weaknesses. Black can start targeting these pawns. And if Magnus isn't careful with these pawns, they start falling. This is game Denis then. The knight can jump to b4, start attacking the d3 pawn. The rook can slide over to b8, start targeting the b2 pawn. The queen can slide to a6, start targeting the a5 and the d3 pawn. There are lots of pleasant options for Denis. Meanwhile, it's Magnus who needs to be precise. I don't know if I'm overstating this or not, but to me, David, it feels like so far, Denis has outplayed Magnus in this game.
Totally. I 100% agree. The tables have totally turned since the first game of today. Magnus is way behind on the clock. Look at the evaluation bar slipping as well. The margin for error for Magnus is tiny. Denis is just playing amazing chess right now. And Magnus, we see just below the board that game review. Magnus has found one incredible move, one excellent move, double exclamation mark, but that was just to hold the balance. And he's going to have to continue playing brilliantly just to make a draw here. Look at Denis closing in. The blue arrow gave it away. That was Black's best move. He's zeroed in. He's going to capture that weak white d-pawn we've been talking about for a long, long time. Maybe even now, that pawn could just be snapped off the board. The black queen doesn't necessarily need to capture yet. It would also cost the e-pawn in the near future. But Denis, he's the one making magic happen. He's nearly 2 minutes up on the clock. And Robert, I think this is his opportunity in the match. He needs to strike now. This might be the only chance he gets against Magnus.
And for all of our intermediate players in the audience, when you get a position like this from the white side, and this is what Magnus, he's going through, these wheels are turning in his head. He wants to figure out what pieces can be traded. Ideally, he eliminates all of the queen. If he can eliminate the pawns that I'm going to put in red, he's giving up 3 white pawns for 2 black pawns. He feels much happier about his position because the pawns are all on one side of the board. So there is an extra rook compared to a minor piece, and white has 2 pawns for that material deficit. But as he envisions the future, works his way towards draw-ish positions, not necessarily a draw, that's what he is aiming for. He wants to give up d3 right now to take e5. He'll give up his b2 and a5 pawns just to get the c5 pawn. And if we can just liquidate, hoover off all those pawns, then suddenly you feel better with just pawns on one side of the board.
Ooh, queen takes d3 played, and now Magnus, the blue arrow, again saying that retreating the bishop is key. That's not obvious. That's by far not obvious. Knight takes pawn is probably the most natural move right now, but there might be some issues on the back rank. Watch out, the white king, the white queen, they're lined up. If the black queen moves out the way, the black rook infiltrates, it's just game over. So already Magnus living life on the edge. Denis, he looks so confident. Look at him lean back on the camera there. 17 years old, but he knows he's a real boss already. How obvious do you think that is for Magnus right now, Tanya? Bishop to f1, maybe the only move to survive.
It's so tough, right? It's a retreating move. You're not taking on e5, but of course it's Magnus Carlsen, and of course he finds the best move, but the troubles are far from over. Black can also step forward with the queen. I really like the idea that you're pointing out. Queen c2, start not only hitting and eyeing that b2 pawn, you've got ideas of rook jumping onto d1, at some moment the knight jumping onto d3. But Denis instead chooses to fall back, which apparently turns out to be the best move. I see the eval bar doesn't react, says, why give up that e5 pawn? Queen d5, keeping everything under control. Robert, you were talking about trades of pawns. Meanwhile, Denis has picked up 1 pawn and not given any of his.
Well, those same mental exercise that Magnus was doing, Denis, he understands the same. And you look at this, that's why he brought his queen to d5. The queen can now slide into f3. That is a really difficult move to play. You're giving up your e5 pawn with the tempo against the queen on f3. I don't know how likely this is unless there's a direct path forward, but I feel like the blue arrow telling us it's the only move that keeps the advantage as big as it currently is, almost 2 pawn advantage for black. I think that's not very likely. David, how about you?
I'm on your team, Robert, as usual, but giving up a pawn, it's not Denis's style, unless he can guarantee he's getting something back in return. Queen to f3, allowing a pawn to drop with a hit on the black queen, I don't think it's going to happen. Also, there are so many other tempting moves. You can push that pawn to e4, just cement it. I guess you can move the black rook, you move the black queen. The knight jumps in instead, also a really nice move. He's actually allowing that e-pawn to fall, but he's saying, okay, if you take my knight, I will recapture. I'm going to trade off queens. I'm going to try and simplify down where my black rook will beat your white knight. So Magnus now forced to push a pawn to b3, but the bar only drops further, and now the idea of queen to f3 makes much more sense than it did earlier because you hit f2. You can close in, move in for the kill. The white king is a sitting duck. I think you might play that move. It looks by far more natural compared to 1 move ago, Tanya.
You hit f2 and you hit the d1 square. White doesn't have the time to take that knight on d3 and capture on e5, because after bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, knight takes pawn, rook to d1 check would be game over. So queen to f3, I love it. And if Denis finds this move, Magnus will be in big trouble. I want to hear it from chat, and I want to hear it from you guys. Given this position, both players under 2 minutes, Denis Lazovic plays queen f3. What are the chances of Magnus saving this?
They don't look good, but there is this outside pass pawn, and that is dangerous. There are some loose pawns in black's position, and it's not readily apparent how you deliver the checkmate. So, David, I would say that Denis has great winning chances. I don't know what number to put it, but I'd say more likely that he wins than Magnus holds. And knight c1, what is this?
Wow, the black knight goes on a limb down onto the white first rank to hit the white queen. White counterattacks. Magnus now hitting the black queen. And again, the blue arrow says that black's best move by far is to retreat the black queen. And queen exchange, actually white would potentially be saved. But he finds the best move. Double attack simply, hitting the white queen, hitting the white knight. Denis, we were doubting him, but why? He's actually threatening some nasty checkmates as well. The black rook's coming down to d1 and then taking the white bishop. Is just, I think it's almost game over, Robert. Has he just won this on the spot?
It's exactly what I just uncovered, that he is going to checkmate the white king. The knight on c1, yes, it hits the queen. That looks like it's the job it's doing. It's actually taking away an escape square, a future escape square from the white king. So a brilliant set of moves from Denis Lazovic. A queen e4 at this stage, yeah, that move became much more natural to his eyes, but he just outplayed Magnus Carlsen in this game. And excuse me, is that not a free knight? Isn't Denis Lazovic about to be up an entire rook?
I am mind freaking blown right now. He does pick up that knight. It is an entire rook. It all is down to that a pawn. Just needs to block this out. But perhaps he can actually even still try to just go for checkmate. You can still try to double up on that. I'm trying to think of how you can deliver that mate on h1. Is that a possibility? But maybe you have to be a little careful. Maybe you're not in time with rook d1 because a7 is a threat. David, how do you parry this? What is the quickest way to wrap this up? Because rook d1, a7 looks scary.
It looks scary to allow counterplay right now. And why allow counterplay when you've done the hard work? You have an extra rook. At the very minimum, black can go back. The black queen can start retreating. The black rook still covers the promotion square for now. But obviously, if you start retreating, you feel like you lose a bit of momentum. But Denis, what will he play? An obvious move like queen to b8, queen to c7, they should be fine. But he still wants to be accurate. And look at the nerves on the camera, Denis. He's scratching. He's kind of feeling the tense. Wow, the stakes here. Queen to d5, walking into a light square diagonal, but covering the promotion square. I like it, Robert. White bishop is stuck in two minds. It wants to kick away this black queen, but it will always open up the white king to checks if it ever moves. So I think he's doing a good job for now, Denis Lazovic. Still some hurdles to get through, though.
Magnus would love to play bishop g2, but it walks into checkmate. So he first pushes pawn to a7. Now, the good news is one square away from promotion. The bad news is it's easier to team up on, and it can't be defended by a light square bishop. So queen b5, the plan is clear for Magnus. Queen to b8, check, and then he may tie all of black's forces down. Under 17 seconds now for Denis Lazovic. He's in huge time trouble. In fact, the engine is heading back towards the center. Queen d8, an inaccurate choice here. It was a miss, but this position is really challenging for him to survive. And the f7 pawn, that's a big problem.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is turning. He gives up the black knight. He offers it as bait to try and deflect the white queen. Double exclamation mark. Queen takes knight. Black will remove that white a7 pawn, and black will win this game. Brilliant find from Denis Lazovic there. But Magnus is still fighting. What about the f7 square we mentioned, Tanya?
Bishop c4, you don't take the knight, you don't give up your key pawn, a7, but now there's a double threat. The knight on b3 is hanging the pawn on f7. Denis says, you can take a pawn on f7, it's only a check. My king is super safe on h8. There are no more checks to follow. And now the c pawn can start moving forward. Is bishop d5 an idea? But the point is that black will capture the a7 pawn, eventually capture that bishop on d5. So bishop d5 is not a resource for white, Robert, here. He's trying to put pressure, but Denis still in driver's seat.
This pawn needed to be on e4. The bishop needs to safely hit d5, but as you said, the rook will distract the queen. Magnus himself, now he's at 10 seconds. He also is seeing a passed pawn run up the board. Bishop g6, it makes a mating net around the black king. But look at Denis go. It's the white king that isn't safe either, and black's passed pawn is just as dangerous as white's.
Denis is winning. He knows he's winning. It's only the clock that can stop him now. Magnus at 1 second. He moves his queen, but now a check. Surely Denis has got this in the bag. He just needs to get rid of that white A pawn, and he's going to do it. He's going to win this game. He's going to beat Magnus Carlsen. Stop him now, surely.
Denis is seconds away from what is the biggest win of his career, but watch out, there is a checkmate in one. How do you fight it? Do you push the G-pawn? Do you slide up with your king? He does it. He is fighting it, but he still needs to be careful. Magnus is not going to let this be easy.
There's so many checks against that black king. There are no pawns in front of it. And here comes another mating net. The queen can slide back to h7 at any moment, but he's ready to take this pawn on e6. Perfect defense from Denis.
Wow.
Amazing defense. Look how he's organized himself. The black queen now defending the king. The black rook on a nice safe square. The black knight is defended as well. Magnus swearing. Magnus cursing his luck here. He knows Denis has done perfectly. And he's about to lose with white Magnus. This nearly never happens. The pawn drops. Magnus resigns. Denis takes a historic victory.
Denis Lazovic, with the biggest win of his career, takes down Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. Unbelievable. The 17-year-old has done it, Robert.
He continues to shine on the brightest lights and the biggest stages, and he is just Denis the Menace. That's his nickname, a loving nickname from me, because not only did he get here by beating Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Jose Martinez, he just scored his first victory in Rapid Chess Time Patrols against Magnus Carlsen, the highest rated player in chess history. We talk a lot about these teenagers around the globe. Often, Denis Lazovic is overlooked. Overlooked, certainly no more. He beats Magnus Carlsen with black. We have a tied match. Well, who's the favorite now?
Oh my gosh, I just cannot get over what we just witnessed. I mean, that game from start to finish, Denis always putting the pressure on, winning that exchange, getting that material advantage, winning those pawns, putting pressure on Magnus's king. What a flawless play. And then defending to perfection his own king. David, that was a masterclass by Denis against Magnus Carlsen. Not something you get to see every day.
That was really, really something special. Denis Lazovic, that was sick. That was just a brilliant victory from him. I mean, just the calmness as well. He won the material, he converted it so smoothly, and Magnus was still creating threats. All the checkmating patterns, so easy to go wrong. 5 seconds on his clock, every single move, having to just trust his instincts. But Denis Lazovic, he's probably the most confident chess player in the world right now, especially after that victory. And I'm not writing him off. With white, he's extra strong. Magnus really needs to be on red alert right now. This fourth, potentially final game. Wow. Tanya, Robert, all bets are off. Who could have expected this?
I'm going to say, not me for sure, especially after Magnus getting that big first game win and the style with which he won it. I thought that there's a big chance this might be match in 3 to Magnus. But with that comeback in game 2, saving that big draw, and then the style with which Denis just won this one, Magnus Carlsen knows this is a fight for his life. This game 4, Denis Lazovic starts with the white pieces. It's not just the win, but the quality of play by Denis in that previous match. Robert, I don't even know what to say about Denis right now. I'm just so beyond impressed by him.
Well, 1.5 is the score. It's also very fair because for the first game and a half, it was all Magnus. In game 1, he got the upper hand early. He was able to convert to a full point. In game 2, he started his frustrating path forward because Denis Lazovic was a roadblock. He was that immovable object. And for Magnus Carlsen, you could see like there are nerves on his face right now because with the black pieces against someone like Denis, you can't take unnecessary risk. It doesn't pay off for the most part. So Denis Lazovic, this is his first time in the winners final. He would love to get to the grand final in Division I of the Chessable Masters. The first to 2.5 points takes the match. We're at a 1.5 tie. The next win, it's match over.
We're off. It's game 4 and a Queen's Gambit declined. Black not taking on c4. It's the Slav defense. Will we see a repeat of game 2 of this winners final? No, Denis Lazovic switches things up. He pushes a pawn where earlier he brought the white knight out. So Magnus the first to pause, the first to think. We could still see similar positions, transpositions, but Magnus regaining his composure here. Tanya, what do you make of his body language? Clearly, and understandably, it seems to have affected Magnus.
It definitely did. We saw him at the end of game 3. Magnus was angry. He was swearing right there. He couldn't believe what had just happened. We could see that on the camera. And now he's got to come back. But the one thing that's scarier than Magnus is an angry Magnus. And that's what Denis has to face right now. With the black pieces, Magnus going for the Slav. He goes for this bishop g4 variation. It's not one that I've played with the black side. Robert, break down the plans for us. How do you see this one progressing? And is Magnus just trying to stop the bleeding and take this to Armageddon?
Magnus is taking the solid approach because as we look at the pawn triangle in the center, black has all of these pawns on light squares. Only white has a light square bishop. So for Magnus Carlsen, you typically prefer to play with the pair of bishops as a high-level player, but he's saying that I've shut down open diagonals. Even pawn trades won't give it the full length of the board that it would like to use to its advantage. So I think Magnus, he just wants to play quickly. He wants to play solidly. But David, I mean, look at his face. He is still bothered about what's just happened.
Understandably, as we said, Magnus, he's the number one. He's the GOAT for a reason. And he's not used to being in situations like this where a young pretender, a young rascal comes along and kind of knocks him and kind of threatens to kick him off his perch. But yeah, he needs to recover, Magnus. And I think he's doing the right thing. I like Black's opening choice here. I like the fact that Magnus has gone for this really renowned, solid variation. Because ultimately, Denis doesn't want to take too much risks either. Yes, he's riding a high. Yes, he just beat Magnus. But it's not his style, Denis, to kind of set the pace, to be the one pushing and kind of taking risks. So Magnus, he's saying, okay, if you want to win, come at me. I'm happy to just recover. And as you mentioned, Robert, rock solid from Black. The pawn formation, the skeleton of Black's position, no real issues here yet, at least. Let's have a reputation, I've played this myself, of being slightly passive for Black. Again, White has the bishop pair, a factor we talk about long term. But ultimately, yeah, this game, I think it could have gone worse for Magnus if he'd kind of been too emotional and wanted to strike back immediately. So he's just trying to, now with this trade of pawns, break open the center. I'm expecting pawn to e5 now. And he's trying to neutralize Denis, try and get out of this game. And I don't think either of us would complain, right, Tanya, if we saw an Armageddon?
Absolutely. I think if this match goes down to the wire, if any match deserves to go down to the wire, it is this one. And it's going to be a spicy Armageddon. Speaking about who wants to push, well, Denis isn't going to be a pushover in the Armageddon. He's taken down Anish Giri. He's taken down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the Chessable Masters in the Armageddon. He's going to be taking a lot of confidence from that. The e5 break that you were alluding to in the current position, I think that's definitely on Magnus's radar. He's just preparing it a little bit. First falls back with that bishop. White can start pushing his own central pawns, try to take that space with e4, which I think will be met by your move e5, David.
It's on the board, and at least e4 is, with a big threat. White wants to play e5, so surely Black has to stop it here. That would be a fork, a double attack if White steps forward one more square, and there we go. Magnus does indeed block. And now, okay, Denis advances, locking the center, sometimes not favorable if you have the bishop pair, but here it's all about control of the light squares. Magnus doesn't want to allow White to sit with a protected pass pawn forever, but if he ever trades on the d5 square, White's light squared bishop will gain in power. Robert, I like Denis's last couple of moves. He's showing ambition here.
It looks nice for white. This bishop on c4 is a much better piece than it was a few turns ago, because that pawn triangle, all in light squares, blocking its diagonals, that's no more. And it will open up towards the black king at some point. But look at Magnus. He says, all right, I concede that your bishop will be strong, but how about my bishop on c5? How about some of the control that my knights will get? This knight can wrap around to b6 at some moment. So both players, they need to figure out what the optimal squares are for their pieces, and it's actually not that easy. One big decision is, should white take on c6 to isolate both of black's queenside pawns, but isolated pawns, open files. An open b file could be useful for black, and that's why Denis, he keeps the status quo, and he maintains a slight pull.
I think this one is very likely heading to that Armageddon that we're looking at, with that last trade and a queen trade being offered to Magnus. You've been talking about body language. Looking at him, David, I think this game for him is about calming down and just knowing that, you know, with the black pieces, doesn't want to lose control of anything, and we take this fight there. But now the big question is, do you trade queens, especially against Magnus here?
Normally, I would say no. Don't do it against the best endgame player of all time, the endgame maestro himself. But here you do gain a bit of time, potentially. He drops back, though, Denis Lazovic, fearing those words, maybe echoing in his ears. Don't trade queens against Magnus. But now, at least, the structure changes. And Denis, I was going to say, is he going to take back with a pawn? Maybe the most ambitious move, but be saddled with an isolated pawn of his own? Or does he play it safe? Does he take back on this square with a piece, the bishop, the knight? Spoiled for choice here. And at least on the camera, visibly, Magnus seems to have calmed down. Robert, what do you make, of this knight capture from Denis?
I thought we might get this continuation because the risk associated with isolating your own pawn, sure, you would have had a pass pawn. I don't think that's Denis's style. I don't think he wanted any part of that. And this looks very level. And this move, queen back to e7, it's so that when or if black takes on d5 and the rook takes back, the queen isn't hit. So it's a bit of a prophylactic move. It's a defensive move. And I actually think that if Denis isn't careful, knights can outclass bishops because this bishop is on its optimal square. But later down the line, if you can envision a knight somewhere out on an important dark square, maybe f4, maybe d4, it's a long ways away, so I don't think it's going to happen. But knights can be very jumpy, tricky pieces. So Denis just can't assume it's going to be a draw. Magnus, he typically plays on if there's any life left.
Magnus doesn't look too lively right now, though, too energetic. I think if he wants to get this game towards safety, there we go. He'll happily trade off all the rooks. And Robert, that dynamic you mentioned, queen and knight versus queen and bishop, yeah, maybe some chances long term. So Denis shouldn't relax too early, never relax against the top players, of course. But ultimately, Tanya, I think your prediction, draw an Armageddon, looks by far the most likely outcome right now.
And you mentioned queen and knight versus queen and bishop. It gives chances to the side with the knight because they can get tricky. But if even the queens come off, if it's just a pure bishop versus knight endgame with pawns on both flanks, it's actually white with the bishop, a long-range piece that can start pushing a little bit. The king can come out. The bishop can be on d5, controlling more of the board. So it's really about who manages to get the ideal trades in. But I think both players are making quick moves, quick improving moves, and we are going to see either the queens come off or the rooks come off. But I highly doubt that this will head to a pure bishop versus knight, because in that case, Denis will be the one who will be pushing.
Yeah, that would not be good to get bishop versus knight. I think that with the knight where it currently sits, it covers many key squares. And don't be surprised when Magnus throws his h-pawn forward. Right now is one option. He can also play on the queen side. I just feel like some of black's moves are a little bit easier to play than white's. This open d file, it looks just as strong as the open c file. But I don't know. Something about this position is making it difficult for me to see what white's actual plan is. David, do you see anything for either side, honestly, and how you can play for more than just equality?
It's tough. I think ultimately the position is equal. I would have said, actually, until this last move, that Magnus is going to play his trademarks. He's going to play h5, just to tickle, pretend that he's pushing some pawns forward on that flank towards the white king. Then he might play a5, pretend he'll push the b pawn as well on the other flank. But I think Magnus's mood is different right now than it was earlier in the day. He's just happy to guide this game towards safety. And yeah, rook to d4 might be the only way to imbalance things. You pointed it out there, Robert, on the board. Rook d4 would have changed the pawn structure potentially, but now that the rooks are off, It looks too symmetrical. Look at the pawn structure, pretty much almost symmetrical. Should still be a draw. But queen and knight, we mentioned, would choose black slightly if I had to. I wanted to ask the question, though, assuming that this one stays level, who do you think is the happier player, and who do you think wants black in the Armageddon?
Wow, that's a tough one. But I think it's a really important question, David, because I think both players will try and get the result odds. They will try to get the black pieces. But then how low can you actually go to attain that? I don't know who's going to win the Armageddon bid, but I am predicting a bid around 6.5 minutes by these players. What about you, Robert?
I think that Denis, he has shown a willingness to get low on the clock. He also just brought his king out into the open. You can use your kings as weapons in the endgame, everybody, although now black is aiming at a pawn. But to answer the Armageddon question, I think that Magnus, he's willing to go quite low. He's been way faster in this match thus far. For Denis, I feel like 7 minutes is probably the lower limit, just because he constantly finds himself in time trouble and he won't have increment to rely on. So I feel like Denis will probably end up with the white pieces.
Answers,
David,
guys.
You got to answer your question too. We're not going to let you off the hook so easily.
I was about to deflect and try to dodge that one, but I agree. I think both players will be quite keen, especially Magnus now after this last game, to get the black pieces. Magnus lost with white, so why not try to get black? I also wanted to point out the accuracy. This game, I mean, it's such a high-class game, and sometimes ultimately a draw is a logical result in chess. 98% accuracy for both players. I think Magnus would love black, and he might go lower than we expect. I think he'll be super keen to get the draw odds. But right now, a pause from Magnus, a bit of a frown on the camera. Do you think he'll try and grind this one? We keep saying tickle Denis here, create some threats, pawn to h5. We predicted, actually, both the rook's pawns starting to march here, Robert.
Typical Magnus, and he may even throw that pawn one step further, because if white responds with g4, this may be hard to visualize for some, you're just giving black all of the dark squares. So when your opponent has a knight and you have a light square bishop, how can you control dark squares if your pawns are on dark squares, since they capture diagonally? So you have to be very careful here if you're Denis Lazovic. I know that the bar is in the middle, the draw seems to be the likely result, but we've seen it from Magnus countless times in his illustrious career. You take one move off and suddenly you're in trouble. So does white stop that, but give black this very important g4 square? Looks a bit worrisome to my eyes. Do you allow black to play h4 and then harm white's pawn structure? Also looks problematic. I do think that Denis has to invest some serious time here, and he's already down almost 3 minutes on the clock. Why should Magnus just make a draw? And actually, his latest move allows black to play h4. This is risk-free chess from the number one player.
And on your point, Robert, pawn to h4, if it's ever captured, Magnus will smile. He'll love that. He'll happily throw a pawn away. White's pawn structure will be totally ruined. With queens on the board, you cannot allow that. The black queen will happily, at some point, sneak over towards the king side. The black knight will have access to some outposts. So a lot of viewers at home might be wondering, why pawn to h4 for black? It's a pawn sacrifice. You're giving it away. But no, you're breaking the opponent's structure. And wow, I'm really surprised Magnus didn't go for it. But,
that's me.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm showing... I'm showing what's happening if this game. He did not go for this. Maybe he's going to go for it later, but I just wanted to highlight that f4 and the dark squares. So b5 was played. So, no, I guess, David, you are correct. He didn't go for it, but is it going anywhere? I guess is the question, Tanya.
I want to just highlight the idea behind this last move, b5. I think after h4, Denis intended to play queen to c4, which is why he made this retreating move, bishop to b3. We've been talking about the different trades in the position, that how a queen trade would actually favor white. So b5 was a really nice prophylactic move by Magnus, taking away a key square, which would have forced a trade because it's not only offering that queen exchange, but also that f7 weakness, which is why Magnus did not rush with h4, played b5, controlling the square, and now Denis is offering a bishop trade on d5. And I think if Magnus picks this up, are you gonna go into a king pawn ending? Will you calculate that? Well, none of that. Neither of the players want it. Magnus steps back, attacking the h3 pawn. The king comes back, and we're expecting that move h4 to land about now.
Especially if Magnus wants to win this game, or if he wants to keep any winning chances alive. But feels like hesitation here, Robert. Indecision from the world number one. Magnus just drops his king back. Doesn't necessarily improve things. He's coming towards the center, hinting he might take the white bishop, but still yet to go for that h4. Why do you think he's waiting? Why isn't he pulling the trigger and going for it?
Well, thank you for the hint, because I was thinking that knight takes d5 made white's life easy, but you're absolutely correct that especially if the queens come off there, the black king can dart to the center and black may just win the pawn where it lands on d5. So white needs to be very careful. I'm not so sure about some of these decisions from both players, frankly, but the pawn on b4, is it a weakness? Is it a strength? You do get a pawn on a dark square. Your bishop can't help defend that later on, but that also freezes black's pawn on a light square, so your bishop can go after that. This is Magnus Carlsen. Will he push? Will he press? Tanya, it does feel like his style of endgame here, but is there enough life left?
And that's the big question. Is there enough life left? Are there enough pieces left? And to my eyes, it just feels like you don't have enough resources to make that much of it. But that said, with this bishop on d5 still under pin, with this bishop on d5, always this trade being offered, I think this is the best position that Magnus has had all game. And it just comes down to how ambitious will he feel? Does he want to play this out till the very end? Does he want to go into an Armageddon? Or is Denis Lazovic getting ambitious? F4 was not a move on my radar.
Oh, Robert, I see the expression on your face. I think it matches mine. I mean, this feels desperate. F4 looks ambitious, but it's also going to weaken the white king. The white pawn structure is never going to be intact anymore. Huge gamble there from Denis Lazovic with 2 minutes left.
And I think for Denis, he was tired of sitting and waiting, feeling like Magnus was getting the upper hand slowly but surely. But f4 here, and even if you swap pawns on this square, that now the dark squares are really vulnerable in a move like queen c7. Maybe you could start with queen c7 in some of these positions as well, because the white king is exposed also on the second rank. So I don't know about that decision. The engine, the evaluation bar, it says that it was incorrect. But maybe it will pay off because it does muddy the waters, so it's not just one-sided in Magnus's favor.
Our idea on the board, I like the fact that Denis pre-moved g takes f4 because every second counts at this point, down to 2 minutes, and queen c7, hitting that pawn, just hinting at coming in and behind. That's the most uncomfortable thing in chess, when an opponent's queen is down, kind of in your grill, down on the first, second ranks. And I mean, pretty much unstoppable. The black queen is coming in one direction or the other. Yes, white can go and take the b5 pawn, but you might just get checkmated along the way. So you have to be really careful. Now, this is where queen and knight, if they get to attack together, will be so dangerous, right, Tanya? White's bishop might not be able to participate in the defense on the dart squares.
Yeah, some really big committal decisions taken by Denis the last couple of moves. And I think what he's calculating right now is, can he force matters? Can he go e5, forcing the trade on d3? But you have to be really careful, forcing the trades on d5. You have to be super careful because that allows black's queen to infiltrate. You might lose the a3 pawn with checks. And then are you in time to give perpetuals? He doesn't go for it. He falls back with the queen, defending that f4 pawn. Robert, you don't like this move.
Well, the blue arrow tells the full story here. Queen d6 freezes white. The queen went to the pawn f4's defense. Now, queen on d6 threatens knight takes e4 because the bishop on d5 is pinned. And in certain endgames, you can even just take this bishop on d5. King e7, it was a miss. This deserves the X. Sometimes I throw that X out the window and say, no, that's a perfectly fine move. Queen d6, not easy to play because using a pin but walking into potential forks and things of that nature are not easy. But I do feel like Denis is in trouble here. I don't really care what the engine says. It's the positioning of the white king. It's that the white pieces feel a bit clumsy. He needs to do something fast. Otherwise, he's just going to lose. He's also down now to just 53, 52 seconds.
We saw the first clue as well that Denis is getting nervous on the camera. I'm just watching him there. There was a slight, almost imperceptible shake of the head, suddenly scratching his head as well. He's realizing, oh, there's no natural moves and 40 seconds left. Again, the clock is ticking. Magnus exerting the upper hand yet again on the clock. And Tanya, you mentioned it. When you're low on time, it's natural. You want to force the issue. And he's going for it now. He's trying to force the trade of knight for bishop. What do you think? Is this going to save Denis?
Well, the eval bar helps us. Turns out that it is a right moment and the right decision. The big question to me at that moment was that if black was to capture on d5, give checks with the queen. When black wins that a3 pawn, that side pawn that white has, can Black's king be under danger? Are there enough checks? Is there a perpetual? But I think with Magnus's king now placed on e7, these lines work out for Denis. He's just going to capture the d5 pawn. Magnus, if he comes in with the queen, starts getting greedy. I think there's a perpetual against the e7 king here.
There's just one thing that Denis needs to be alert about. If he brings his king to the third rank, there could be a sneaky check on b3 trying to create a passed pawn. So Denis, he has a drawing mechanism of his own. The black king is actually in a bad position because once the black queen leaves, queen d6 to b8 and back to d6, you put it on a yo-yo string, it's going to deliver a draw. But Magnus, he poses a really challenging question to Denis now. Can you trade queens? Because that could be a losing king and pawn in a game, and Denis has 30 seconds to figure it out.
Wow, what a tough decision now, Denis. He has to risk... Either he has to trust Magnus and dodge the queen trade, or he has to risk a king and pawn endgame, queen to c5 check instead. I think a wise decision. If in doubt, take the safer option. King and pawn endgames are pure calculation. It's move by move. You're either winning or losing or drawing, like nothing in between. You can't just wing it. So queen to c5 check. Now the black king, Tanya, you mentioned it's not entirely safe. Do you think it's going to step forward? Is Magnus going to be feeling brave? Wow, there we go.
He answers the question for me. And a mistake by Denis. He moves his own king forward, but this gives Magnus the time to actually infiltrate with his queen. And now I think the point is that he can go pawn hunting because Black's king is going to march up the light squares and be safe, and there might not be a perpetual then.
That's exactly what's happening here. But the players, they don't have any blue arrows. They don't have an evaluation bar to the side telling them that this is the moment. But for Denis Lazovic, he's been hanging on by a thread for the last bunch of moves here. Queen d3 check. And as you said, Tanya, the king, by thread and needle, can use those light squares, and it is going to be a problem for white. And the king g3, what a natural move to play to avoid any kind of queen trade. Queen d5 was going to offer a queen trade with Black's king in a favorable spot. David, will Magnus find queen d3 first and king f5 second?
Yes, because, Robert, I want to point out, don't play king f5 now. If you play king f5, enter with the black king, you lose on the spot. The white pawn will step forward to e6 with a discovered check, and you have to retreat with the king, taking this pawn. You get mated in the center of the board. So process of elimination, you cannot advance your king first. You have to go for a check, and only then, once your queen is safe, drive forward with your own king. It's a race between kings right now. And Magnus, we think he's going to go for it.
Do you see the blue arrow here? G5 check. I assume if pawn takes g5, there might be queen c4. Is that one of those ideas that you can play to force the queens off the board and get a passed pawn? That is incredibly deep, and it goes to show that pawn quality, it often outpaces pawn quantity, and especially in an endgame like this. If g5 check is played, I'm going to freak out because that just looks impossible. There are no protectors of that square, and white has two pieces covering it.
We're all going to fall out of our chairs if g5 check is played, but Magnus has 25 seconds. Always look for checks first. That's the moral of the story. Either they're very good or you rule them out and you look for something better. But okay, he's really going low on the clock. He plays the more natural move, king to f5. Missed opportunity, maybe winning there, some checkmates or queen trades. And now, wow, blue arrow says the best move to keep the balance. The only move is to give away the pawn, and Denis has done it. He's going for perpetual check. Can the black king escape from the white queen's gaze right now? Ooh, no more checks suddenly. Why has he sacrificed the pawn? Why is this genius? Because of the king march. Now it's Denis being brave and adventurous with the white king.
Yeah, I didn't see another check, and I was really surprised. But like you said, the black queen needs to defend all these checks, and he goes pawn hunting, but now there's got to be a perpetual. Now you start just checking the king, and you don't allow black's queen. You probably give a check from c5, making sure that the black queen cannot come to defense. He does
exactly
it.
That.
We're going to be careful, Denis. The black queen can swoop back to block some of these checks, as she just does there. And Denis, did he miss that one? He leant back in his chair. 2 seconds. He's playing purely on the increment now, shaking his head. The black king is going to slide away, slink away to safety, and the white king might get checkmated. Be careful here. He offers a queen trade.
What an offer! And it's a draw. So it was brilliant by Denis Lazovic. Apparently, this is a hold, but not after that move. He had to play b5 a moment ago. Now it's too slow.
Start a race, Denis Lazovic, but he had no time to calculate, shaking his head. Now the black pawns are going to march forward to victory. Heartbreak. He was one accurate move away, so close, but Magnus is going to do it. Endgame magic again. There we
and
go.
Magnus
takes it.
Carlsen, he does it. He gets the win in, and that was an insane finish. What just happened there, David? We saw the bar go up and down. It's a heartbreaking moment, but Denis Lazovic was so close to getting the job done to take it to Armageddon.
So close, but not close enough as Magnus Carlsen works that endgame magic. Pure instinct there from both players at the end. No time on the clock, but it was Denis who made the final mistake in a complicated queen endgame. We can forgive him. It was a difficult position, but he ultimately did let it slip right at the death after great defense. But Magnus, as always, seems to emerge victorious in these endgames.
What an amazing endgame that was. And for Denis Lazovic, he took it to Magnus. He pushed his pawns. It was inaccurate at first, but then he jettisoned a pawn, brought his king forward, and even offered a queen trade that while Black had some winning plans, once the queens were traded, it objectively was the right decision. So his intuition is unreal. He's just 17 years old. He'll continue to sharpen his play, his openings, his pace, but he was really every bit of Magnus Carlsen's equal until those final few moves when Magnus was able to escape with victory and thus the match.
Holding his own in game 2, bouncing back in game 3, getting that win in, taking it to game 4. Denis Lazovic kept it so under control in that one as well. And we saw the bar go all crazy. It was a yo-yo position. And maybe, David, at some point you can just go through those last couple of moves because there was so much action that happened. But in the end, Magnus Carlsen's endgame technique prevailed. Magnus Carlsen goes into the grand final of the Chessable Masters. He knocks down Denis Lazovic, who will have one more life, who will be waiting in the losers final to play the winner of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja. David, that was one of the craziest ends that we've just witnessed. There were moments when it looked like Denis had it, then moments when it looked like Magnus has it. What happened there?
It was topsy-turvy, a roller coaster. This is why we always say study your endgames, practice your endgames. Queen endgames, though, are the trickiest of the bunch. And I did want to show the moment where it all turned. It actually turned multiple times in the space of a few seconds, in the space of just 1 or 2 moves, as Denis went from a drawn position to a losing position, back to a draw, and then ultimately let it slip. And if we can show that on the board, Denis, just with no time left, he made a very human error and really unfortunate there. But Magnus, ultimately, he pounced on the opportunity and he's just so ruthless when he gets even the smallest of chances. So it was here that things started to go wrong for Denis Lazovic. The most difficult move, I would say, to keep the balance, king into h6, finding safety behind enemy lines, really not obvious at all. Instead, he played the move queen to e5, given a question mark, and it was a mistake, but it was a gamble that could well have paid off. Magnus missed the winning move, pawn to f6 check. This would have been simply incredible. We would have seen a race after the queens disappear. Magnus pushing the h-pawn for glory now, but the white b-pawn, most importantly, can be stopped by the black king. The black king is within this box, stops the white pawn, and the black pawn queens first. Magnus missed this with no time on his clock, traded queens, and suddenly it's back to a draw. After king to e7, Denis could have initiated a race that he would have emerged well from. He would have kept the balance with pawn to b5. When the black king moves away, the white king comes in, and the white e-pawn runs forward, but he took his foot off the pedal just for one move, instead retreating king to f4, but losing time in tempi, and tempi in endgames is fatal. King to f4 allowed the black king to step forward and the black pawns to start rolling. It was a matter of time then, and Magnus converted. Ups and downs, twists and turns, but as usual, it is that man again, Magnus Carlsen.
Beautifully explained there, David, just how rich and complex this endgame was and how difficult this endgame was. And in the end, Magnus Carlsen did prevail. He gets the win. He gets the job done. Denis Lazovic in the elimination bracket. And don't go anywhere because we will be back with Magnus Carlsen joining us for an interview. See you in just a few.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I'm here with Magnus Carlsen, world #1, and to many, greatest chess player of all time. We're gonna ask him a few questions. I'm gonna name a sport. You have to tell me the greatest of all time. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Basketball.
LeBron James.
Soccer.
Messi.
I agree with both. Baseball.
Barry Bonds.
What did he say? Okay. Football like American football.
Tom Brady, I guess.
Okay, yeah, good one. Tennis.
Djokovic.
Golf.
Tiger.
Fair. Poker.
Doug Brunson.
That's a unique one. Chess.
Garry Kasparov.
Are you allowed to say yourself?
I don't know if I'm allowed, but I think Gary is the best of all time still.
Chess boxing.
I'm on Hamilton.
I agree. We're gonna play this or that. Would you rather go on a cruise or a road trip?
Road trip.
Comedy or thriller?
Comedy.
Coffee or tea?
Tea, but only slightly. Preferably neither.
How do you get energized?
The sun.
Cats or dogs?
Cats. But I like dogs too.
It's like this or that is a little bit tough with you. You like everything. Shower or bath?
Oh, shower for sure.
Okay.
I don't have the patience to take baths.
Are you a morning person or a night owl?
Night owl for sure.
Would you rather get on a phone call or text message?
Texts, probably.
I feel like the answer for you is neither. I feel like it's just...
Usually, yes.
Just go. Sunrise or sunset?
Sunrise.
Winter or summer?
Summer.
How many beers would it take for you to drink for me to beat you in a classical chess game?
That's a very difficult question, because I'd probably sober up during the game, so I'd probably have to keep drinking. Probably start with 20 and take it from there.
20, okay. What's the size of the cup?
Pints.
Wow, okay, 20. Name your price if you have to chess box.
$10 million.
Do you prefer to play chess on a computer, over the board, or on your phone?
I rarely play on my phone. I would say I prefer to play on the computer.
In your entire career, have you ever had a day where you went, I think this guy might be as good as me in chess?
No. Well, I mean, not you know, since, not the last 10 years, for sure.
Okay. Has it ever been, this guy might be kind of close to me if I have a bad day?
Yeah, I would say Fabio at his best was very close in classical, for sure.
My other question was going to be, who do you think is the second best chess player in the world? So, I suppose...
Yeah, I think Fabiano Caruana is the second best player. Yeah.
Thank you, Magnus, for sitting down with us and doing these rapid-fire questions. Now get out of here.
And we're back. We're being joined by the 3 times reigning tour champion, world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, congratulations on that win. It was a fantastic match to watch, a big fight. Take us through the match. What did you make of it, and how was it?
Yeah, obviously it became very difficult after after game 3. I mean, honestly, like for most of game 3 and also game 4, I was just pretty tilted by the way the match was going, but you know, I think both in game 1 and in game 4, like he's a kind of player who always thinks very long, and like sometimes he plays well under time pressure, but I don't think you can rely on playing well in those situations all the time. So a couple of times he was short on time and he eventually cracked, but it was not easy.
Magnus, game 1, you won it so convincingly, and we were also impressed watching that. And then game 2, you put so much pressure. But then there was this great resistance from him. Was that frustrating in game 2 to just see him hold on with that draw?
Well, I mean, he also had an opportunity, which I realized right after I'd made the move. Like, I blundered my H-pawn due to a fork, which is, like, doubly silly, because that fork was there on the board a few moves ago. So he actually had a chance to take over there as well. But yeah, apart from that, he did really well. I wouldn't say that I ever like expected to win. But I certainly I was certainly hoping so. And yeah, I think so. He made a positional mistake by trading on c6 and then going queen d4, because it looks like he saddles me with a weak pawn on c6 and a bad bishop, but the reality is a bit different, since I can just maneuver the knight around. My king will find a beautiful square on d6 and so on. But yeah, for sure, after that he did well, and after that the match was just a mess, and with some luck he could have won.
What happened in game 3?
I just, I started to play a bit indifferently. He did really well for a while, finding a lot of very good moves, and honestly, like, I'd seen from afar that he could play this knight d5 move after a4, but then I forgot about it, and I realized like immediately as I'd played the move a4, so that knight d5 is happening. So then the exchange stack was more tilt than anything else. Yeah, after that, I mean, I thought I was coming back in the game with my a pawn, but then I couldn't find anything, and I think he did well, but yeah, that was pretty tilting. But you gotta give him credit for finding a lot of big moves in that game.
Yeah, it was very impressive to watch, and we saw you react at the end of game 3. Did you feel like you missed some chance at the end there? What happened there?
No, it was just frustrating. I didn't feel that I'd missed any particular chance. I just thought I was close to coming back and I couldn't find it, and it was such an unnecessary loss in general. So that was just annoying me, that because I felt after I'd won the first game, like, he's usually very solid, but unless like you give him chances, he doesn't create them that easily, which is perfectly normal at 17. With the classical rating he has, he's not supposed to be creating a lot of chances against the best players. But so yeah, that was just felt so unnecessary to let him back into the match that way. And yeah, of course, the fourth game, as I said, I was pretty tilted when I started. I played this line that I usually play only when I'm tilted. I just give away the bishop pair, try and play solid, not to think too much. And I mean, fortunately, I managed to, even though I was a bit worse, I managed to equalize after that, and there was nothing special going on. And after that, I can start using technique, which pretty much, regardless of the state of mind, I can do okay.
Was there a moment that you think that this is going to go into an Armageddon?
Yeah, I wasn't worried about Armageddon particularly. I was just trying to play and see. But I mean, I certainly missed opportunities, and he could have taken it into the Armageddon, but I wouldn't say I was thinking too much about it or worried about it.
Magnus, we've been so amazed with Denis's run in this entire Chessable Masters and also the resistance he put against you today. With this experience of playing against him, what do you think it is about his style and his play that lets him survive these formats against the very best in the world?
He's just fundamentally very sound. It's good understanding. So he's not easy to break down, and I think with some experience he's gonna become a top player.
Yeah. Have you been impressed with how he plays with such little time on the clock?
Yeah. As I said, like, he plays rather slowly, so he gets into a lot of time trouble. And I mean, I wouldn't recommend that necessarily as a sustainable approach, especially with a 2-second increment. But it's certainly a sign of huge talent that he can keep it going at least sometimes, even in those situations.
And Magnus, such a match, an up and down match, is that also psychologically, mentally exhausting?
No, it's just annoying.
All right, fair. I'm going to put in some final chat questions for you before we let you go. And just a couple more minutes. The first one is by, I'm going to butcher this name, it's Kaja Guard, and he wants to know, how do you mentally reset for a new game after what happened in game 3?
I don't. I was just tilted when I started. We didn't have any time in between the games really either, so I was still tilted, but it's a new game to play. But no, I didn't reset.
You still made it work for yourself. The next question is by WeStar15, and he says, what do you think about this new format this season, Magnus? It's 10 minutes with a 2-second increment, very different from last season. We've been having some chaotic end games, which are fun for fans, maybe not so much for the players. How does this different time control change the dynamics?
Yeah, I think that summed it up pretty well. It's definitely stressful for the players. I think a lot of players are struggling with it a bit to find the rhythm. So I think it's he sums it up pretty well. But as long as it's good for the fans, that's obviously very important.
Which one do you prefer, 15+3 or the 10+2?
I like this format. It makes it, anything that can make a day of work a little bit shorter. It's good. Not to say that I don't enjoy these tournaments. It's just means you have more time to do other things as well.
All right, and one more question for you from the chat. What is Magnus looking forward to in 2024?
I'm looking forward to a lot of things, but in the near future, I'm looking forward to the final. That's going to be on Wednesday, I suppose. And I'm very much looking forward to playing freestyle chess, classical. starting a few days after. That's something I wanted for a long time.
And that's going to be for the first time that we'll have Fischer Random in classical format.
It is, and you know, playing these games now, rapid chess with kind of normal chess, and then Fischer Random chess, Fischer Random classical later. I mean, that's pretty much what I want. So, in that sense, you know, this is a good week.
Is Fischer Random becoming your favorite format? Or one of your favorite formats?
I wouldn't. It's hard to say though, because I really like Blitz and Rapid with normal chess still, especially Blitz. So a mix of several things is nice.
All right, variety. And finally, before I let you go, Magnus, grand final coming up. Who are you expecting to fight in that? Is there a player? Do you have a preference who you'd want to meet in the grand final?
I think say probably Alireza is a slight favorite against Jan, and then. Yeah, the other match is fairly open, I would say. I guess Alireza would maybe be my bet at this moment to go through, but then again, he has to win 2 matches. It's very hard to say.
So you think Alireza is the favorite, and is he the opponent that you'd like to play in the grand final? He was an opponent you wanted in the World Championship once upon a time.
Yeah, I love playing Alireza. He always puts a lot of pressure. He plays very ambitiously, so I'd love to play him. But you know, it's a privilege to be in the final, regardless. So whomever I play, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think this is your 5th out of 6 Champions Chess Tour finals, counting last season as well. So you've made a habit out of it. Magnus, I know David joked about you having a rest day today, but you've got 2 rest days before the grand final. That's quite a bit of time. How do you plan to spend it?
I plan to travel to Germany and then, you know, enjoy my last day in Spain tomorrow.
All right, you don't get 1, but you get 2 rest days. Enjoy, get some rest, Magnus. We'll see you in the grand final.
Thank you.
Bye. Magnus Carlsen there after his win against Denis Lazovic, makes it to grand final, gets 2 days off, will be flying to Germany. We'll see him back. Meanwhile, we will have big action in the losers bracket as Jan Nepomniachtchi fights Alireza Firouzja in the losers semifinals. The winner will play against Denis Lazovic. A big fight coming up. Robert, David, Magnus picked Alireza as a slight favorite to take this to the grand final. What's your take on this?
Well, I think by the odds, Denis Lazovic, he might be the odds-on favorite because he gets a bye. He awaits the winner of Alireza Firouzja versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. But as Magnus said, Alireza, he always brings the fight. He's such a fun player to face off against. But you know, who knows? In this field, Jan Nepomniachtchi, super tough, finding some rhythm there too. I don't know who is going to make it through, but I do know that Magnus Carlsen, even when he's not his happiest, he's still playing baller chess.
Yeah, Magnus, he made it through. That's what the top sports players, the top sports teams do. Even when they're not at their best, they grind out the result. They find a way to get the job done. And I think he was trying to dodge the topic there. He doesn't want a rematch against Denis Lazovic because today was so tough. But nice to see Magnus relieved and in a good mood after that victory.
I mean, that was such a big fight. And I think the players also enjoy it when there's a big fight on the board and you win a match like this. And then David, as he said, he gets 2 days off. He wanted today off. Now he gets 2 days to enjoy himself. But he's got a big grand final to look forward to as well. And let's bring up, after this day of the Chessable Masters, and what a day it's been, let's bring up our Chessable Masters standing, presented by the wealth management partners of the Champions Chess Tour, Julius Baer. And here we have it. It is Vladimir Fedoseev, Jose Martinez, who got eliminated today. They go back home, while Fedoseev, Martinez, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So. It's the end of the road for them. The action continues, and a big paycheck as well for all of them. And I'm sure, Robert, we're going to see some of these names back on the tour.
We certainly will. Wesley So did not have his best showing in Division I, but he made it to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour live event in Toronto. So between Wesley, Maxime, Jose, and Vladimir Fedoseev, the season has just begun. It's not easy to make it back here. In fact, some of the biggest names in chess are not in Division I. It goes to show that there's no guarantees, not in the Champions Chess Tour 2024.
Yeah, we saw those 4 spots still there in those standings presented by Julius Baron. Players don't want to fill in those spots too quickly. They want to get into the grand final. And before we say goodbye to chat, before we sign off, David, your final thoughts about the action that we witnessed today?
Oh, so much action. I love that seesaw match between Nepomniachtchi and Fedoseev earlier. I just love the fight in Denis Lazovic. We're seeing a superstar just evolving and growing before our very eyes. But ultimately, it was Magnus Carlsen who took over. Just a great day of chess and really shaping up nicely for this final stretch of the tournament now.
It really is. And the drama does continue tomorrow, chat. Robert, David, myself, we will be back with all of you to take you through the action as the players fight to get that final spot to challenge Magnus Carlsen in the Chessable Masters Grand Final. It's going to be a big day of chess. We'll be back. We'll see you then. It's been fun. It's a good night from us.
So Jan, he's got his face in his hands right now. David.
I think we see him a minute down, maybe soon a pawn down. Yeah, I will take Vachier here all day long.